All right, everyone. I'm gonna come on in here. Here we go. Hello, everyone. It is 2:03 p.m. on this Tuesday, October 28th, 2025, and I'd like to call to order this regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. Clerk Woodley, can you please read roll call?
Yes, Madam Chair. Trustee.
Present.
Vice President Mayberry.
Here.
Trustee Dr. Nicolette.
Good afternoon.
Trustee Phoenix.
Present.
President Smith.
Here.
Trustee Westlake.
Here.
Clerk Woodley. Student Trustee Maya Hartley.
Here.
All present and accounted for, Madam.
Thank you so much, Clerk Woodley. So we talk a lot about how much we appreciate the Washoe County School District Police Department, and I recently found out that they were named the Outstanding Agency with the Nevada Joining Forces conference that happened, and there's someone in this room that personally played a big part in achieving that, and so that is Washoe County School District Police Officer Richard Miranda. Will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you so much, Officer Miranda. That closes item 1.03 and brings us now to item 1.04, land acknowledgement. Every community owes its existence and vitality to generations from around the world who contributed their hopes, dreams, and energy to making the history that led to this moment. Some were brought here against their will. Some were drawn to leave their distant homes in the hope of a better life, and some have lived on this land for more generations than can be counted. Truth and acknowledgement are critical to building mutual respect and connection across all barriers of heritage and difference. We begin this effort to acknowledge what has been buried by honoring the truth. We acknowledge that some of our educational structures are situated in the traditional homelands of the Washoe, Washoe, Newmoo, Northern Paiute, Nihui, Western Shoshone, and Nuhu, Southern Paiute people. We pay respect to their elders, past and present. These lands continue to be a gathering place for Indigenous peoples, and we recognize their deep connections to these places. We extend our appreciation for the opportunity to live and learn in their territory. That closes item 1.04 and section 4 in its entirety and brings us now to section 2, our consent agenda items. Today we have items 2.02 through to 2.08, and we do have a request from Trustee Hall to pull item 2.06 for further discussion, which means that this board would consider items 2.2 to 2.05 and 2.07 and 2.08. First, I'll call and see if anyone has any questions or comments on those items. Seeing no lights on, JJ, do we have any public comment for those items?
Pablo Nava Duran for consent agenda item 2.02.
Welcome, Mr. Navaduran. Thank you for being here.
Good morning. Good morning, guys. My name is Pablo Duran, and I was part of a Smasher community. Determined to what the cost for design for the new elementary school at Pine campus. So it's yet to be determined for a zoning advisory committee. Whether or not, I know Smasher will likely to go to those new school and determine what the new elementary school look like Dawson, Corbett, or Donner Springs area. So we want to make sure the final rezone he should be in November. It to be determined. The goal is to fill this up for a new elementary school Pine campus. If we get like 65%, the capacity will be smaller. So you know the capacity of a new elementary school Pine campus will be 776, which is a little bit too big for the elementary school student for being Title 1, expected to be Title 1 school. Also, Also, we want to know that we know those community of New World community will be attending New Middle School, but also have a higher concentration of English language learners. So we want to take that into consideration. So also we have like a low utilization of Hidden Valley Elementary School, which is affected, which affect elective and allocation for the 4th and 5th grade teacher. Like, I'm shocked to see like one 4th grade teacher like this school need to be filled. So that's now New Orleans School Pine Campus. So hopefully will improve hopefully will improve regardless what the woman's size. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your advocacy. Also, I asked some questions individually as a trustee that you and the public can also see. It's true for every single meeting. So when you go onto our agenda, you'll actually see where it says BOT questions, and I asked some of those similar questions as well too, and you can read those answers. Thank you so much, Mr. Navaduran.
That's all I have for those items.
All right, thank you so much, JJ. All right, I'll bring it back here and see if there's a motion to approve consent agenda items 2.02 to 2.05 and 2.07 to 2.08.
Madam President, I'll move to approve.
Madam President, I second.
All right, we have a motion by Vice President Mayberry. We have a second by Clerk Woodley. Seeing no lights on for discussion on the motion, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 7-0. Thank you so much, colleagues. And now we'll go ahead and open item 2.06. This is the approval of agreement to provide professional consultant services to On Strategy for school repurposing process development and implementation in the amount of $275,000. This is an item for possible action. And we have presenting with us today our Chief Facilities Management Officer, Tammy Zimmerman. Welcome, Tammy.
Thank you, President Smith. Trustees, before you today, you have an agreement from On Strategies, and it's a process of us working through our facility modernization plan with building new schools and modernizing, but also thinking about what those facilities will be after they're not used for instruction purposes. With this agreement, we propose to work closely with On Strategy to develop a comprehensive, repeatable framework for repurposing those sites. And the emphasis is on collaboration, transparency with the district staff, the board, and the community. This process will give us a structured approach to transform these facilities into resources that will benefit the communities and families and align with our board policy 7086. We will collectively agree to work with the community, the board, and the district leadership for this work. Together through this, we will ensure that these facilities will remain an asset to our community and our partners. And with that, I'll take any you might have.
Thank you so much. I asked for this item to be pulled for a couple of reasons. This past week, President Smith and I attended the Great City Schools Conference, and we learned from several districts that there was some missteps in doing this, because this is a nationwide occurrence that's happening in many, many large school districts. They're having to close buildings, and several school districts shared that they'd had some missteps in this process. And so first, I wanted to take the opportunity to publicly talk about this, because I think it's really important that we're being very thoughtful and strategic about this process. And I really want us to have that opportunity to continue this conversation. And we started it with our FMP. We included the community a lot in that. But I think we can also take a step back and look and see that there have been some missteps on our part in communication. And so I wanted to take this opportunity for you to be able to share it in a broader format. But I do have a quick question. So my question is specifically about On Strategy and their background. And I know in the big, long proposal, they shared a bit about their background, but could you share a little bit about what else they have done in the Reno-Sparks area? And I believe they're a local company, correct?
So On Strategy is a local company. They've worked with many public agencies and doing outreach so that the community knows with those RTC, City of Reno,
Okay.
other community partners that are in our jurisdiction that are doing or implementing changes to those communities and actually helping to put that forward, have that engagement with the community. They're here with us as a partner to help us not have those missteps and to think about all of those things. And they know our community, so they know what else is being done in the community, and they know how to navigate that. And that's why part of, through the RFP process, that's part of the discussion is what type of experience do they have? And they have a breadth of experience in our community to help us navigate those issues.
Okay, and then one more question, if that's okay. And so because I learned about all of these other districts across the country that are maybe struggling with some of the same challenges or opportunities, we could look at them as opportunities for our communities. Is there a formalized plan to also speak with some other districts that are doing the same closures or consolidations?
That's a great point, and thank you for that question. We will look forward to those conversations. As we went through the facility modernization, we connected with some of those districts, and we know what districts are doing that change, and we can continue to incorporate those districts and their feedback into our process.
Okay. Oh, sorry, one more thing. So, sorry, it just brought up a point. Okay, so I want to be clear so that in this process, so by contracting with On Strategy, we will have the result will be a package communication plan, because I know that we've had a lot of public comment about communication and not feeling like people are being communicated with, but also sort of a plan for if we turn this school into this is what the steps are. Kind of, so it's a strategic plan in a way. I know I don't want to use that word.
Correct. It's
strategic.
a plan.
Okay.
It's a structured plan that's repeatable, but there could be differences based off
on
of
the
each
community
different
need.
facility and the
Okay.
communities that we engage with.
Okay, so there's structure, but there's also flexibility depending on the needs of the community.
Yes, and
Okay.
these processes and that we go through and bring together
Okay.
will be brought back to the board. You guys will be an iterative process with that, with
Okay.
district leadership and that. So you'll get to see all of those as we work through them.
Okay, that's great. Thank you so much.
All right. Do we have any public comment on this one, JJ?
Jay Sturley.
Welcome, Mr. Sterley. Thank you for being with us.
Good afternoon. Nice to see you, meet you. My name is Jay Sturley, and I work with On Strategy and have for a number of years. I'm here representing not only our company, but our team. Erica Olson, she's our CEO and co-founder. She will be working on this project. Shall we go forward together? Also, my colleague Cameron Honorado is here as well, representing. She's a principal strategist with our company. And I loved your questions, Christine. And so I'll speak to those here in a moment. But we're a local company, vested here. My wife's a school teacher at one of your schools. My daughter's a freshman at Reno High. So beyond just the personal side of things, working with many other government entities, the county, cities, and others, nonprofits, secular, or shouldn't say secular, but normal businesses as well. So a lot of experience here locally and abroad. And I guess I'll just offer that in addition to the criteria in the informal request for proposal, we have these deep roots, and then additionally the heart behind the work, because this is a transformational, our understanding, this is a transformational opportunity for our city, for our county, and that excites us. And to work with your team. This is a team effort, not only with you, but with the community. But this is in conjunction with the county to augment your team's efforts as well. And so our plan would deliver, our work would deliver a phased approach that is flexible enough according to the needs of the school, the different communities, the students, always in mind, right? We'll have community input, communications, board input, communications, right? And this is a replicable process, which Tammy alluded to as well. So it can be repeated, because this isn't just a one-time deal. This is the plan is many years. So it's to set up the district to implement these strategies for the long term. And lastly, I would just say we would be absolutely excited and honored to work alongside you and be an assist to make these great things happen for our students, teachers, and our community. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sterling. Thank you.
That's all I have for this item.
All right, I'll bring it back here then to the board, see if there's a motion.
I can do that. Nobody else has any? Okay, just me. Okay, I move that the Board of Trustees approves the agreement to provide professional consultant services to On Strategy for school repurposing process development and implementation in the amount of $275,000.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Trustee Hall. We have a second by Clerk Woodley. Seeing no lights on for discussion on the motion, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 7-0. Thank you so much. That closes item 2.06 and section 2 in its entirety. And we'll move on now to section 3. These are our finance items, of which we have one today. And our Rockstar team is coming forward here. So this is item 3.01, the presentation and discussion regarding the Washoe County School District's fiscal year 2026-27 budget process and status, possible action to approve continued analysis of budget reduction concepts as presented by staff, and to direct the superintendent to analyze and report back to the board new items related to the 2026-27 budget. This is an item for possible action. And now that they are seated, we will welcome our Chief Financial Officer, Mark Mathers, and our Deputy Chief of Finance, Budget and Planning, Jeff Bozzo. Welcome to both of you.
Thank you, Madam President. Trustees, happy to present to you today. You'll recall at our last budget meeting last month, we gave you a very preliminary projection of our estimated budget situation. Unfortunately, we projected a budget shortfall of $18.4 million, but this board approved a number of actions to reduce that significantly down to $8.3 million. And so for today's meeting, we really have just two purposes. The first one, just kind of taking a step back, I think the most common kind of a budgeting approach most public agencies use is maybe making a presentation that quantifies, like we have here, the budget situation, whether it's a surplus or deficit, and then staff will go do their thing and come back at some later date and present recommendations for either how to address that deficit or how to spend money if there's a surplus, with really kind of no interim step in between, kind of telling that governing body what kind of is on the table in terms of considerations, issues, ideas, concepts. I think here, going back to certainly last year's budget process and maybe the year before, we try to create a little bit more transparency in what we're looking at, what we're considering prior to bringing recommendations to you. So for our first item here, we again want to be very transparent about our process and give you an early indication of the concepts we are looking at, investigating, analyzing at this point in the process. We'll be continuing to do that work in November and December, and then coming back to the board in January and February with actual recommendations. So this is kind of an early preview for you to see what we're working on, and Jeff and I will go through that. And then the second purpose of the meeting would be to solicit from you, the board, any ideas or thoughts or analysis you'd like to see for us to do and complete and have for you later in the budget process. So it's your opportunity certainly to raise any questions you have, raise any concepts, ideas you might have to address the budget situation. So again, we're striving for a kind of a level of transparency that's maybe has a little bit of discomfort to it. One thing I want to make sure the board, the public, staff understands is when we present these items, they again are very preliminary in nature. We have not done all the analysis to consider all the consequences, ramifications of an idea that could be legal, financial, academic, operational, and so forth, and that takes some time. Nor have we ranked these ideas here in this document. So certainly when you see these concepts, after doing that analysis, I mean, there's going to be some ideas and concepts that are more palatable than others. So please don't take the list we give you here today to be representative that they all have an equal ranking. We just haven't done that work yet. But again, we want you to see what we're looking at and where we're going in terms of bringing those recommendations back to you in early 2026. And so as we evaluate the ideas here, we again kind of look at the lens here on the right, the hierarchy of needs. We've talked a lot about how in the past and this budget year we will attempt to minimize any impacts on schools and stay away from that area as much as possible. So again, we are focused on central office services, operations. I'd like to tell you that there will be no impact on schools, but that probably wouldn't be realistic. I think there will be service level considerations that come to you where there is going to be an impact on schools. But again, we try to stay away as much as possible from kind of instructional services and direct instruction to students. When we began kind of the conversations back in September, we had also indicated to you that we'd probably come to you with firmer concepts in terms of at least allocations at the school level that we might need to tweak. And so on the left and near the bottom there, we've kind of, as we've gone through it, we actually don't think we're going to have any or maybe one or two changes to support staff allocations. And so we were working towards getting you those ideas and concepts for you to vote on before December 1st, before the hiring process begins. But now I think, again, I don't anticipate those kind of changes being recommended. So that gives us a little bit more time and space to, again, analyze all the concepts you'll see in the next few pages. So that's kind of off the table now. Gives us 2 solid months to go through that analysis and bring recommendations to you. Hope that makes sense. So with that, we'll begin kind of, again, going through at a fairly high level the ideas that we're pursuing. Jeff and I will tag team this. The first area we look at always is central administration functions. So this includes the superintendent's office, deputy superintendent's office, general counsel, the business office, communications, human resources, and our information technology areas. And as we noted to you last month, we've asked each of the chiefs to model 10% reduction scenarios for their offices. And so that has begun. We've received those recommendations, and now we're going through them. Certainly as well, we're looking at operating budgets. We're looking at contracted services, asking the questions, can we do things more efficiently? Are there duplicative functions? Are there overlaps of services that one office might do and another office might kind of overlap as well? Do we have any underutilized or unspent software contracts or training contracts, for example, and can we renegotiate those contracts down? And so again, along with all those ideas, we're looking at certain service level reductions. Certainly that could incorporate review of first vacant positions and whether we can get away without filling those positions. That kind of first order of magnitude or order of operations we're looking at. But again, we're looking at, a streamlining of services and in some areas likely a reduction in service levels, but what we would ultimately recommend to you only what we would consider to be manageable or reasonable service level reductions. And again, we look at kind of lower priority tasks. Maybe there's a mandated function that we have to do, but we're asking ourselves, could we shave that down and spend less in that area if we don't see a lot of value and it's just something we just have to legally do? Our next area that we're looking at, and we talked about this last month as well, is operations. This is the next biggest slice of the pie, and so I think it's inevitable that we'll come to you with recommendations. And here under facilities and housekeeping, we are considering service level reductions for custodial services. We know how important that is. but we're doing analysis of kind of what our legal requirements there are and whether there's any efficiencies we can pursue. That could include administrative facilities, certainly reducing the level of custodial support there, as well as schools. In all areas as well, we're looking at streamlining of support staff, office staff, supervisory positions as well. And then in the area of transportation, you can see here the list of topics. Some of those we've confronted in the past and will revisit. In terms of elementary school start times, I want to be clear that's a very minimal kind of tweak to start times that we're considering, not a massive redo of elementary, middle school, and high school start times that we looked at a number of years ago. You know, we've seen some changes like a new central yard. We'll look at school of choice. Again, that's something we've been doing for several years, but a bill was passed last session that does provide funding for school of choice for certain students, and so we'll pursue that. And then we'll continue to look at our ridership and utilization, again, to try to squeeze out any further efficiencies out of that function going forward. Again, we have kind of a note at the bottom of all of these slides that this is just a recap of items we're looking at. Again, no decisions have been made. Some of these ideas naturally, I think, are going to drop off as we analyze them, and if they're not viable, you won't see them again. But again, we kind of wanted to demonstrate to you that we're looking under every rock, so to speak, right? There's kind of nothing off the table in terms of where we're looking and what we're looking at, again, with the intent to minimize the impact on schools, but that may not be possible given the size of our deficit.
CFO Mathers, the item on pursuing the state funding really has my interest. I remember when the state did pass that, so this could be requesting money from the state to help cover the costs that we have in these certain categories, or maybe even opening it up. Would an example of that, for example, be how we have our SWAS programs in our elementary schools or the magnets in middle schools? What categories might qualify for that state funding, which, by the way, I think is a great idea to try to get all the money that we possibly can with that.
Yeah, the bill is focused on students at current 1- and 2-star schools, so it won't be kind of an across-the-board solution, but I think those programs you mentioned, at least on the surface, would seem to be eligible programs for those students who participate in them. We are awaiting guidance from the Department of Education, where there's regulations or something less formal in terms of how we would apply for that money. We expect to see something this spring along those lines.
Moving on to the academics area, in elementary and secondary academics, again, you'll see the streamlining of central office administration staff. We're also looking at reviewing software contracts for duplicate services, or if there's new, less expensive options. Looking at resetting operating budgets based on current usage, so that's something we've done in the past, referred to as rebasing department operating budgets. Reviewing the number of on-call teacher assistant positions and usage, and then looking at converting music teacher allocations from a fixed bucket of allocations to enrollment-based allocations. This would be similar to how at the last meeting you approved changing some small school allocations to enrollment-based. Looking at some cost shifts to grant funding, and then again continuing review of major contracts in the academics area. In the Office of Student Development and Success, in addition to streamlining central office staff, we're looking at possibly converting a UNR behavior contract to a behavior position within the district to better support our programs, reviewing wraparound services like speech, physical therapy, and occupational therapy for efficiencies. And then one here, the conversion of SIP deans and counselors at a few elementary schools to board certified behavior analyst positions to support behavior programs. These were schools that before, when we had standalone principals at elementary schools, had an additional dean or counselor for extra support. But after we added dean support to the elementary schools, this is more of a duplicate service now. In student services, again, reviewing operating and software budgets, reviewing support staff based on decreased enrollment over the years, and then also evaluating positions related to chronic absenteeism and possible reconfiguration of services in that area, with the understanding that there are potential future cuts on the horizon in the federal grant area. On the revenue side of the equation, we have very tight restrictions in the state of Nevada on what we can do as far as revenues, but some potential areas for us to look at include relooking at facility use fees beyond what you all approved last year, and then Medicaid and indirect cost reimbursements, and also department chargebacks, and then possibly a relook at concurrent enrollment fees that we had discussed with you all a few months ago. If there aren't any questions, I'll hand it back to Mark to talk about board requests.
Thank you. I do have a question, because I've seen Medicare reimbursements come up time after time after time. What are our challenges in making a transition to utilizing those funds?
You know, it's a very complicated, onerous process to seek reimbursement from the state for our Medicaid costs. So first, it's challenging for an agency like ourselves that's not a social services agency per se to kind of work through the barriers and the levels and layers of the state bureaucracy. I think we do a decent job of being reimbursed for eligible services in the special education area. What we've been talking with the state for several years is expansion of those services to non-special education students. So we do provide services that could be reimbursed through Medicaid in some cases, and there's additional opportunities for some indirect cost reimbursement, but it's kind of an area unto itself, and I think I've kind of come to the point where I think we need consultant kind of expertise for us to navigate the system and get to a place where we systematize those reimbursements and try to maximize those reimbursements. So we're kind of putting it on this slide to kind of put the onus on myself and another chief to pursue that more vigilantly and report back to you. So I hope that helps explain it. It's you'll hear kind of some folks talk about how easy it is to be reimbursed. It's not. There are major strings attached. There's major logging and documentation of those services that have to happen, that permeate out to our OTs and PTs and other staff to have to log that in. And so we just need to get better at being able to do that while not impacting the services to students they're providing.
Thank you. That helps a lot. And then to that, the other, I guess, professionals that provide services that are not district employees, we too have an opportunity to have them help us with this endeavor?
No, very, very good point. Yeah, we have opportunities there too. Again, kind of complicated. There are different models of service too that we could pursue that might shift that responsibility over to others. So there's a lot for us to look at, but it's an area we absolutely need to in this financial environment we're in. Yeah.
To piggyback on that, it's we've talked about it earlier in the spring for this current budget year. Is the team also tracking any potential impacts with federal funding? And we, of course, don't know what will happen, but does the district receive any of the money that's being talked about right now in various funds with the federal government? Like when we get our payments, is that something that you're tracking? I know it's a big topic. I'm just curious on a high level because I get that question a lot from people.
Yeah, we are constantly monitoring what's happening in DC. As you know, there's a federal shutdown right now. Fortunately, it hasn't impacted us so far yet in receiving reimbursement for the services in Title I, II, III, IV, and so forth. But it's a constant level of monitoring we're doing. We report to Joe monthly really on it, if not more frequently, on what's going on. So it's something we're absolutely focused on, and we expect to see changes. I mean, I expect to see changes after the federal shutdown is resolved there. And so we'll continue to report to the board when there is something to report. But yeah, I don't think it'll be, status quo by any means going forward.
Because when the government reopens, they're allocating the money for the next year that would affect this fiscal year that we're talking about. So right now we're just in a holding pattern, and then when we know more, we'll share more.
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. I know that's a question, at least I believe that's a question that's been on many people's minds. Trustee Westlake?
Thank you, President Smith. Someone else might need to answer this, or the information can come back at some other time, but I know I've seen a lot of information lately on the diagnosis of dyslexia and how that's impacting our readers. And I'm just wondering if, like, reading coaches, intervention things, allocations for support wouldn't be with that diagnosis, because it's a real thing, and I mean it's requires a lot of intervention. If those positions and hours couldn't be reimbursed through Medicaid.
Okay. We'll report back.
Okay, thank you.
That's a good idea. If we're providing any services that we may not be reimbursed for. Thank you for that idea. Vice President Mayberry.
Thank you. Slide 7, please. Just one question, then some comments on the analysis. So, the review of school of choice routes for general and special education. Can you clarify what that means?
Well, I think we'll be coming to you talking about the costs involved and for all of our.
Because I guess I'm not to interrupt you. We don't provide transportation for school of choice now, do we?
We do provide transportation. When we say school of choice, we're talking about it more generally than the technical, I think, recent school of choice kind of moniker that the state has used. I mean, we provide transportation to, right, any number of schools, magnet schools, SWAT schools, what have you. And
okay.
I think, what we're anticipating providing is some analysis for a discussion of kind of greater uniformity, and certainly including costs that we incur to do that, so that you can see that.
Okay.
And we can, address any issues of inequity or what have you.
And general and special education, not either or.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, that was important. Okay, I think that helps. Thank you. And then over the weekend, as I was preparing for this meeting, I got some notes here. I just want to. So there's a question in here somewhere. Just let me pontificate for a few minutes. But the whole thrust of this is enrollment numbers, and I know the superintendent and I talked a little bit about this during our one-to-one. I mean, that's why we're fundamentally making the cuts, because enrollment's down. And so when we look at the progress we've been making here, increasing star ratings, increasing academic performance, I know there's been some concern over the last year on a new charter school opening up in the North Valleys. That I don't know where we are with that. Is that going to be delayed? Is it even going to be built? So when I add all this up, I'm just wondering, at what point do we make the decision to continue to further cut, or could we see because of the progress we're making and because that there could be a more desirable flavor from our families coming to public schools, increasing that enrollment over the long term. Is it possible that we could see the enrollment numbers increase, or we can see that enrollment projection that we're looking at in terms of a decrease increase, perhaps even go into the black? And when would we know that? So, again, it's kind of a roundabout way of asking, I guess. Is it out of the realm of possibility that maybe these cuts may not need to materialize?
So, couple
Yeah.
questions.
Does that make sense?
It does,
Yeah.
absolutely. Couple questions kind of embedded there. In terms of general enrollment trends, I mean, I am hopeful as well that the tremendous academic progress we have seen, that we've talked about over the last year under Superintendent Ernst's leadership and with the help of other leadership and our teachers. I mean, I am hopeful that with communication about that progress and continued progress, that we would see some flattening of that curve, if not an improvement to that curve. Right. We see enrollment on a daily basis, and certainly we are tracking it very closely on a quarterly basis. We haven't seen that flattening or reversal of that curve or trend yet, but when we do, we'll be more than happy to inform the board about that reversal. I think what works against us and what works against most urban communities, as you heard about school closures, is just the demographic decline in birth rates. And again, Washoe being just not the affordable place it once was, and so we get retirees from California that move here who have no K through 12 age children. There's not a lot we can do about that. So we've got a couple things to combat, but I am hopeful, and we just have not seen that yet.
Okay, that's fair.
You raised the question of a new charter school that was scheduled to open in North Valleys in 2026. As you may be aware, there is litigation involved in the permitting of that school that may in fact delay the opening of the school. We are also tracking that, met last week on that very issue. I think we'll have something to report to you in January or February on that front. There's a lot of moving parts to that question, and I want to caution the board. It may be a question of timing, not if, right? So it may be a question of when they open, not if they're going to open. And I also want to caution the board, that's not the entirety of our enrollment decrease that we projected and shared with you last meeting. So even if they didn't open, we will still have a sizable deficit.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
And another, in terms of analysis, has there been any thought on the school schedule? Now, I know we have a number of minutes and hours that were required to provide to families based on state regulations and that. We have this balanced calendar. And I don't want anybody to react to this. I'm not suggesting we change the calendar. That would require, I think, some time and a few cycles. But would there be any cost savings if the school calendar looked different, like maybe a more of a traditional school year where you're starting around Labor Day, you end around June, and there's some energy costs there. I don't know. Maybe this is a moot point.
I think we're segueing into the board request for analysis section.
Oh, I apologize. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, sorry. I'll stop.
So on any analysis, the board would like to see if there's a consensus on what you would like to see. We will look into it. On that specific issue, I think certainly there would be energy cost savings, but I think when a previous board looked at this issue right, the primary concern was academic loss, right, of our students over a 3-month period, and there was a lot of academic research that talked about that learning loss that came about by having an extended summer period without school. But if this board wants us to come back, we can. But that kind of turns us to the second section of the presentation, where we are asking for the board to let us know if there are issues such as that, analysis such as that you would like us to pursue and report back to you. Or, you know, it may not be a cost savings, but maybe you've kind of in the course of kind of getting feedback from staff or our families, are there areas where maybe we can maximize the use of our resources more effectively and get a bigger bang for the buck? And that's kind of the second bullet point. So even if it doesn't result in cost savings, if there's a better way to do something, and you've always wondered about it, we want to know kind of those thoughts. And then lastly, I think, you know, over the last several years, the board has asked us to do some analysis that may not be technically oriented towards cost savings, but may again be, is there a better mousetrap here? Could you look at this? Even if perhaps it's not a fiscal year 27 issue, maybe it's something to be mindful of as we go into the next legislative session. So we're also open to looking at those kind of issues or ideas if you have them. So I'm going to turn over the discussion to our president to kind of lead that discussion, and we'll be taking notes and listening, and then there'll be a vote at the end.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So, and I see you're late on, Trustee Hull, so I'll go to you next. For this section, board analysis is how we've made some of the most transformational things in our district. Last year, when I say last year, I mean last school year in the spring, we also faced what ended up being a just over $10 million budget deficit. And yet we asked for important analyses that staff focused on with considerable rigor. And from that was born many wonderful ideas, including the leveling of K-3, the counting of a whole child for special education students. So I put that out there so that we know, like CFO Mathers so graciously pointed out, that while it's conceivable that some ideas could come out of this that go into the next budget, it's also a signal to the superintendent and to the staff what we're interested in. And in future years could do, because that has also been the case. We have had in previous years analyses that were done, and then it ended up being implemented a fiscal year later. And this board has asked for many things that have been truly transformational. That's how we eliminated standalone principals. It's how we expanded school police. It's how we reduced the walk zone and added more transportation. And so I just wanted to add that note, because this is a really important part of our role in providing this direction, and then to see what the team can come back with. And sometimes we've heard this is a great thing to focus on, but we just can't do this now, so we're going to keep it filed away. And then sometimes we hear, wait a second, there's something to this, and then they come back with that, because you always come back with great, thoughtful work. So. Trustee Hull.
Sure. I wanted to add to the conversation that Vice President Mayberry started. I think that there's a lot of times it's really easy for us to say, oh, we've had a lot of charter schools open, and that's why we're in a budget deficit. But I just want to refer back to several meetings ago. We had a conversation that I think this is the most important piece of the budget process in the state of Nevada. We have increased costs every single year for a lot of employees, being that we're one of the largest employers in this county. But our per pupil funding, I believe we got a 75-cent increase for next year. I believe that was what it was somewhere around 75 cents per student. Maybe, Mark, you can give me a
0.75%.
0.75, okay,
Yeah.
0.75%, which is absolutely not what a step increase and or any kind of increase in a salary for the incredible humans that we employ in this district, right? And so I just there has not been a new charter school opened in the last several years, meaning that enrollment is pretty flat for a lot of charter schools. They're not increasing, they're not adding huge buildings onto their current buildings. And so I guess I just want to go back to us having a broader conversation about this and continue to remind that not only the public but ourselves that work has to go to the legislature, is that they are not adequately increasing the amount of funding per pupil is the bigger problem. Sure, there's definitely a decrease in students, and it has to do with the birth rate and who's moving here and all of that, and that makes a big difference. But we are also operating at a deficit because we aren't getting enough of an increase every year. So I just want to caution us that seems like a really easy thing to say is, and I've seen it in several news articles recently, and talking about, we just need to recoup the students who went to charter schools. And I know that's not what you were exactly trying to say, but it's definitely it's the point that gets a lot of attention. And what needs to get attention is we have to look at how we fund schools in this state. Charter schools are struggling with the same things. They're not getting the increase. So any public school in this state is struggling because we aren't funding our schools adequately. And so I will continue to beat that drum, that at the legislature we need the state to fund our schools and increase those costs, because it costs more every single year to educate our children. And that is an investment worth every penny. And so I just wanted to make sure that we keep the conversation about the deficit with the broad picture, that this isn't just about losing kids to charter schools. This is a much bigger thing about the fact that we as a state continue to not fund our schools properly. For example, our state says that we have to have a certain ratio of teachers to students in first grade, but they don't give us extra money for first grade students. We get the same amount for a first grader as we do for a 12th grader, who have vastly different needs and requirements in their schools. And so that is not something that you guys are able to correct or fix right this second, but I just want to make sure that we're grounding that conversation and not using, just saying, it's just because we're losing kids to charter schools. So I just want to make sure we're having the broad conversation. So sorry, that was my soapbox for that today.
No, don't be sorry at all. I'm going to go to Trustee Dr. Diane Nicolette. Really quick to plus one on that. There are two charts that I remember the most in my 4.5 years so far on the board. You show one of them pretty frequently, and that's the birth chart. I'm the one that said, can we add 2024 to this? The second one, and I bet Dr. Nicolette will remember this, maybe also Vice President Mayberry, is you used to have a chart that showed this boom that was in high school, and we knew, because we know the enrollment numbers. Do you remember that one? Where it showed the boom, and then we knew this cliff was coming. So just as a point, that might be a good one to dust off, because I found that to be very impactful. I'm going to go to Dr. Nicolette, but for this section team, what we're going to do is, and I have a couple of these myself, talk about the ideas we have, share them, but we're not going to be making motions. We'll share the analyses that we're interested in, have some dialogue around that, not to build consensus, but to kind of talk it through. And then once we finish up the presentation, we'll go to public comment, and then that's when we would make motions. But let's talk through the good ideas we have, starting with Dr. Diane Nicolette.
Thank you very much. This is pretty simple and straightforward for me. I want to affirm your analysis thus far. There's a whole bunch of things I could have you look at, but I think you're spot on. Number one, I really appreciate that the overarching points to me are that we need to really look at our needs, wants, and our musts. And I appreciate that. And there are three different categories. I'm glad you're going to look at redundancies. Just today, in the needs, wants, and musts, and sometimes it's very hard to analyze for me personally, we approved $10,900,000. And it all seems reasonable and needed to me, and yet those are the kinds of things that we really need to be looking at. I like that you had Medicare up there, Medicaid up there. We need to continue, as I know you are, looking at other opportunities for financial support. I mean, thank you for looking under every rock and everything's on the table, and I appreciate that. And so far, I think this is going very well, and I appreciate your work.
Thanks, Dr. Nicolette. Well, I have a couple that I brought up with the superintendent, a couple analyses that I wanted to pose. And the first is one that I see happening in my own district, which of course is shared by Dr. Nicolette and Vice President Mayberry, but this will soon be coming to a district near you. And that is requesting an analysis on needs at high needs schools. So as we consolidate schools, we are going to realize savings. I'll give you an example. District D, we just talked about the facilities modernization plan. So I'm going to just use 2 schools as an example, but I'm not suggesting that just these 2 schools are going to be added because we know zoning is going to actually look at this. We have Veterans Memorial, we have Libby Booth. Very, very high needs communities, okay? Based on their enrollment, which for veterans is just over 200, and I think Libby Booth is somewhere around 3. Both of those schools have a principal and they have a dean, and they use their title funds to upgrade their dean to an assistant principal. But when these school communities come together, and again, I am not suggesting this is going to cleanly come together, now they have a combined school with more kids, but the administrative and student support allocation formula is still the same. That is dramatically difficult for our administrators and our student support roles, and I'm talking like social workers. So what I am asking and what I'll be making a motion to ask is not just for consolidated schools, but we do have some savings with the consolidations, and what I would like the team to look at is using a portion of those savings to review if certain high needs schools need more support. I understand that we always want to do things across the entire system, but sometimes we don't have the resources to do that. That did not stop us from bringing down class sizes in 4th and 5th grade in 1- and 2-star schools. But the analysis that I'm going to make is not just directed at 1- and 2-star schools or consolidated schools. My ask is that the team consider reinvesting a portion of these savings and looking at certain high needs schools, because I can tell you in District D, as these school communities come together, but they don't cross that threshold for the 600 or 700 to qualify, but now we're bringing together communities that have dramatically high needs, and they may need something more, as may all of the schools that we serve. But again, I'm not going to ask to only look at certain schools. I am just going to ask that we look at some of those savings and consider reinvesting them where needed to the direction of staff. So I'm going to pause on that one and see what anybody thinks or any questions on what that might look like with anyone.
Thank you. I can, that is one thing that I've been saying is seeking equity. That's important, but what is equitable over here may not necessarily, even though they don't have what we're saying this school has, they may not need it over here. So that's not equity saying, well, let's give it to this school, but now we got to give it to all of these schools, because not everybody needs the same thing. I think it's really time we get down to the nitty-gritties and look specifically and intentionally on what each school community really needs. What is going to move it at that school? What is going to move the needle at that school? And it's most likely going to be varying or extremely different looking at all the different schools. But if we can utilize our money in the most impactful way on what is going to benefit each individual school, we are going to be miles ahead, because we're not going to be wasting effort, money, time, resources, supports, any of that. We're going to be very intentional on where those supports are being used. And I want to just comment too on Trustee Hall. Nevada needs to understand what is the most important commodity we have and support that commodity in every way possible, and that's our future, and the future is our children, and they really need to get on board with that. So thank you for bringing that up, Trustee Hall.
And I just wanted to add, so we have a precedent as a board for this. Way back when this board asked for an analysis of eliminating standalone principals, we asked staff, we didn't direct exactly what that was going to look like. And many schools got deans, and some schools got assistant principals. That's an example of this. Mount Rose, K-8, School of Languages was one of those examples. And so the motion I'll make will be broad and allow the team to approach this creatively. But this is a concern that I am hearing from almost every single principal that is excited to bring together new communities, but also very concerned because they're going to have the same resources. So I don't want to prescribe what it might look like, but I wanted to pose that. So again, I'll do that after we do the public comment. The next one that I had that I wanted to share is also something that has been really, really challenging for our administrators. And that is, and I might phone a friend here next to me, at our elementary schools, our early education students actually don't count towards the allocations of student support services. So I'm going to be asking for an analysis on counting those early education students. So what does that mean? That means that, for example, at Jesse Beck, the early education program they have there, those are students that absolutely have needs. They have parents. They have they need the principal's attention. And yet those students don't actually count towards the allocations that the school receives for those supports. I know that this sounds really strange, but it is the way that it is right now. And so my request will be simply that we look at that and understand how that practice could be impacting us, because I hear, again, very universally that they are thrilled to have these programs, but the reality is that the allocations for the student support services need to recognize that those children exist in the school. So very much akin to the work we did this past spring, where we requested an analysis to count a whole child that pushes into the general education classroom. So those are the two that you'll hear from me in a moment. Any thoughts or questions on that, colleagues?
On a comment on the first one, I think it's really valuable to look at what each school needs, and I would just suggest that the collaborative school model that we've seen incredible success with might be a starting point for that conversation in looking at the resources that we were able to provide those schools. We saw great success with their the performance framework, but also just in general, the community that they built at those schools because they had those resources might just be a starting point. And I just wanted to suggest that as a place to start, because it's a huge, that's a huge conversation about, individually looking. It's like having an IEP for every school. What is their individualized education plan, right? And so I'm just curious if I'm thinking that maybe in addition, maybe that's a starting place for the team to use as a success model. That's my only thought.
I'll be that phone a friend for early childhood education. This has been on the discussion table for the Early Childhood Advisory Council for years. And if we're going to talk about how the state supports our children, this would be a place to do it, because Washoe County School District has heroically and valiantly stepped up to the plate and designed early childhood programming and the money's not there. And so, you know, I would suggest that as we look at legislative, yeah, right? As we look at our legislative agenda, this is something, it's a discussion that we should have.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dye. And in order to have that conversation, we need to understand how it affects us, because I was actually very surprised when I learned about this. And we use these analyses as an opportunity to become aware, and then that guides our work in advocacy. So thank you for that. And thank you for also being my phone a friend. All right, does anyone else have any others that they wanted to share? Oh. I'm going to go with Clerk Woodley because he hasn't had the opportunity to share. And then I saw Trustee Phoenix flashed his light, and then we'll go. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Mathers, you stated earlier, I really appreciate the statement you made where you said if not viable, you won't see them again. I really appreciate the approach, the comprehensive approach and deliberate looking at these things and identifying all these different avenues and approaches. And one of these scenarios here you have here actually states scenario says development of 10% reduction scenarios. I only ask that that be something of an average, because I've seen this in the past where we go 10% straight across the board, and you may have on one side one department, for example, that has multiple contracts, and they can actually give up 15% just in contracts. And then you have another department where may be dedicated to public safety, you know, and that's something that I don't want to see any percent reduction there, you know, especially not 10%. So I appreciate your approach, and I'd appreciate that approach of average as opposed to 10% across the board for everyone. So thank you.
Thank you, trustees. I think we're finding a lot of consistencies of thought. I think that is being reflected in resources towards our schools. At the start of the presentation, we really talked about how we're prioritizing these cuts. And I think it's also consistent with some of the past practices we embraced last year as we analyzed the budget. And that was when we looked at some of our organizational redesign. We were very intentional to remember where our priorities were and make sure that we kept or gave additional investments towards those priorities. So I see a lot of consistencies in what is being shared. I think we have some room based on what is being described so far for analysis that will be productive for the board.
All righty, just going to your point earlier about early childhood development and early childhood, the program you were talking about that. And I just want to remember to include our strategy kids, you know, on our CLS, the number of minutes or hours inside the classroom are being accounted for. You know, a lot of them are in there longer, and some of them are all day long, and then they're out here and there. So that we're really looking at that so that we're, you know, advocating for them to get those resources that they need there. But the one that I have here is what are other opportunities, the efficiencies, cost savings, or improvements that the board wishes to staff to review? I was looking at the guest teacher pay and how do we incentivize for those tough schools that are in those tough spots. For example, in District C, you know, we have Natchez, which is a bit of a drive. And you can, if you go on Frontline, you'll see that they're always advertising for guest teachers. If you thought about Gerlach out there, same deal. You know, it's a long, long drive out there, and then some, right? And then, you know, Cold Springs and the schools that are in that area there with traffic and those types of things that are out there. It's just talking with the administrators about this. You know, they brought up to my attention that, you know, because it's tough to get them out there. So if we have money allocated to that, you know, how are we using that to either incentivize or how are we using that to kind of compensate to make some improvements in that specific area so we can try to make that happen. So that's something that I was thinking about, because are we doing that right now up in Incline? Don't they have a geographical incentive or something because there's a bit of a drive or something like that?
There is for our permanent staff.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Yeah. So, you know, I was just thinking about that. So That was something that had come to mind because I was thinking about the rural areas, and we were talking about how do we get these teachers out there, to get a long-term sub or even just fill those spots, and it's been difficult for them, because a lot of people are having a hard time either making the drive or just trying to find a way to win. So maybe if we incentivize some way with that, and that's what I was looking for some analysis on to see what we can actually try to make that work.
There might actually be some existing funding for that. So if I'm not mistaken, and I'm still going to phone my friend here, when a classroom is not able to secure a guest teacher or a period in secondary, those students get broken down, or the class gets broken down, and then they go to other classrooms. And then I think we pay those teachers, right? Okay. So I like your idea, and a good place to look at where we're already spending money is the amount of money we're already spending when we have to break down classrooms because we weren't able to secure a guest teacher, and then pay the teachers that are taking in the kids that day. So your idea could have funding that we would move or repurpose into that area. So I just wanted to suggest that. And there's also a human cost to when we break down classrooms and then unexpectedly a classroom teacher needs to take half of another class or whole of another class. So not only is there money that the district's already spending on this to a degree, but there's also a human cost with it too. Not that I expect that to be quantified, but I just wanted to mention that there could be a movement of money for this idea as well too, because isn't it nicer to maybe incentivize hard to fill positions rather than paying a teacher that has to unexpectedly take in another class that day. So is that kind of like where you were going, Trustee Phoenix, with that, or could that work for you? Okay.
Thank you, President Smith. So I just wanted to add on to what I had said earlier about Medicaid. Truthfully, the school district does so much more than ABCs 1, 2, 3 with the children. We do a lot of heavy lifting for the state and the county when it comes to mental health care. Even, we're with our nurses, we're seeing kids that probably should have been seen by a doctor, but we're troubleshooting that. Reading coaches that are helping kids with a lot of times it is because of a serious thing like dyslexia. And I think we need, and we're not trying to shyster anybody. We just being reimbursed fairly for what we are taking off of the state and the county's plate in support of these children. And we're providing that stopgap so that these kids have a means to have success. So I think if we could kind of look overall in general, things that we're doing that would not fall under just generic 1, 2, 3 ABC, that is very specialized, that could very well the state should be doing, the county should be doing, and then be fairly reimbursed for those services. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Oh,
I just had one more
Yeah.
comment, and the 4 and 5 star schools that are doing successful, we will remember not to take away from them because they had to resource themselves to get there, to stay there. So keep that in mind in all your analysis. I want to make sure, because those schools that are working hard, that are getting there and doing those things, we don't want to try to take away from them because they're being successful. We want them to continue to be successful, and I know that's tough when you got to balance this thing. So I just want to make sure I put that out there in your ear. Thank you.
Well, and thank you, Madam President. To piggyback on your comment too, I mean, the 3-star schools as well, they're sort of in the middle, and a lot of my visits, the principals sometimes express a little frustration that they are in this weird spot where they're not a Title I school, but they're not a 4 or 5 school that may have access to more resources. So that's why I have a little trepidation on some of the things I've heard in terms of continuing to fund some of the schools that may need it, that are in some of our urban areas. I think we need to tread carefully. I still would like some just to consider an analysis on the school year, what that would look like if we went to a different model than the balanced calendar in terms of potentially saving utility costs, if there's any other potential staff savings. I don't know enough, but I think it's a worthy discussion to have. And I certainly appreciate the reasoning behind the balanced calendar, but I also get a lot of feedback that summer is too short. So thank you.
All right, I think that finishes that portion of it, and then we'll just wrap up the item and then go to public comment and then bring it back here for motions, because I'm going to tap in my other phone a friend. The way that we typically do analyses is on the other side of public comment, we make individual motions and then we see where that lands. And then at the very end, we have a blanket motion that ties everything up with a bow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm getting a head nod, so that's a yes.
Yeah, and just before we get to public comment, just as a reminder, things will change. I think there was a request for us to look at that specific charter school and what's happening there, which we will, but rest assured, things will look different come 2026 than they do today, for better or for worse. So this just lists some issues. Again, we're monitoring, on federal funding, we tend to focus on title funding, but there's a whole other series of federal funding that we do receive, like E-rate funds, nutrition services, and from time to time we hear from certain congressmen that want to relook at those programs. So it's the total continuum of federal funding that we'll need to look at. So just cautionary statement: if you see different numbers come 2026, that's just the way budget processes work. And so this is our typical timeline. We did adjust things, so we will be focusing on November and December on that staff analysis of all the issues and ideas that we've shown you in this PowerPoint, that we'll hear from you shortly on additional analysis we'll need to do. And so we won't likely come back to you for a budget discussion until January now. But we do need to wrap up the budget discussions, have a tentative budget to the state by mid-April, and then a final budget by June 8th. Those are statutory requirements. And so with that, we're ready to turn it back over to public comment.
JJ, do we have any public comment for this item?
Pablo Navadurian.
Welcome, Pablo.
Hello. I wanted to let you mind that the more student to have a consolidated school, build a new school, the more student, the more elected that we have. So that's the goal. It's based on state funding. We don't have a funding like California or Massachusetts or Vermont do. So we want to make sure it equalizes as soon as possible. So, for example, we want to make sure that Levy Booth veterans are very high need, also as a loader and Corvette as well. So we want to make sure to max out those areas, because those areas have been declining for many years. Also, it's my ward, so we might. Ward 3 and District D might have to spend larger after with District 3 in 2030s. Never knows if we don't fix that problem. So hopefully, and then potentially we want to announce what the high school look like, because Mooser and Spark will be near 50%, and Spark gave a modernized school, and Mooser getting rebuilt. Like, are you gonna build a new school like where declining? Maybe maybe an analysis. That will affect their. With no consolidation for high school, there will be a few elected for high school in a few years. So think about it. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Navadran.
Heidi Gavrilis.
Principal Gavrilis. Thank you for being here.
Good evening, Superintendent. Afternoon. Good afternoon. Superintendent Ernst, President Smith, and trustees. My name is Heidi Gavrilis, and I serve as the elementary representative on the Washoe School Principals Association Board. We support the study of how we allocate administrator and student supports at all schools, especially in light of the facilities modernization plan. The FMP calls for combining schools and trading up. This results in combining smaller schools into new larger schools. Larger elementary schools, in particular, are underallocated compared with like-sized schools at the secondary level. Currently, there is no additional administrative support that is granted at any point above 600 students at the elementary level. A large elementary school is allocated at about half the office staff and administrative support of a same-size middle school. We're not suggesting that middle schools are over-allocated, but we are suggesting the study of the allocations guidelines for all schools, especially larger schools, as we begin the work of consolidating and trading up. We understand the importance of leveraging the structural savings, and we also see this as an opportunity to consider how we might reallocate resources to better serve our mission. Additionally, overall enrollments currently don't include pre-K, all pre-K students. Schools at all levels, elementary, middle, and high, have pre-K programming. And some schools have several programs. Currently, some pre-K students aren't figured in the total enrollment, which determines allocations such as assistant principal, counselor, and clerical aid. Recently, the board wisely moved to adjust K-3 allocations to better and more equitably reflect students receiving special education services, and we encourage you to look into how we might better serve and more equitably reflect and support the presence of pre-K learners on our campuses. On the matter of unfilled and hard to fill guest teacher positions, we also support the study in this area. Unfilled sub positions, some of you had noted, do create a heavy lift for the entire team at a school. Everyone's asked to give a little bit more each day a sub position is not filled. While there are some mechanisms for compensation in some instances, doing extra duty day after day, week after week is an unsustainable long-term strategy. We do acknowledge the fact that subs are a limited resource, and we do support looking into geographical areas and positions that are hard to fill. The analysis of these vacant jobs may also help identify training or recruitment opportunities or other strategies beyond just pay to help ease the burden of unfilled sub jobs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Principal Gavrilis. We appreciate you being here.
John Eppolito.
Welcome, Mr. Eppolito.
You seem too happy to see me, Beth.
I'm always happy to see you, Mr. Eppolito.
You're not going to get into heaven if you don't tell the truth all the time, Beth.
Hey, we can still have a good relationship, even if we see differently sometimes. You were very supportive at the legislature when I was there. You remember.
Thank you very much. John Eppolito, protectnevadachildren.org. That website talks about Infinite Campus and why it's very problematic, and some of the video on that website is filmed right in this room. So hopefully you guys will be helping me next session, legislative session, to start deleting some of this problematic data that Infinite Campus holds forever and shares with others. But that's not what this item is about. What this item is about is maybe getting to the point where the discussions come up again about closing Incline Middle School and merging it into Incline High School. And I know the last time the principal of Incline Middle School came to the community meeting, I believe he said he could hold that off until next school year. I could be wrong on that. But I know last time when the discussions happened, Adam came up, and he did a good job. That's going to happen again, Adam, if you guys decide to close Incline Middle School. I know in this room we're all experts in education, even those of us who never taught. I only taught for 6 years. 3 of those were middle school and 2 were high school. Middle school was my favorite. They can't help it. It's hormones and sugar. But the point is, middle school kids are way different than high school kids. So I'm hoping that somehow we can get away from combining Incline Middle School and Incline High School in whatever discussions you guys have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ippolito.
Jenny DeMonte.
Welcome, Ms. DeMonte. Good to see you.
Hi, I'm here from indivisible northern Nevada. I keep an eye on the school board, so don't get out of line. But I'm actually here to just say we at indivisible northern Nevada monitor legislation. And of course, I'm particularly interested in legislation in Carson City that have to do with schools. And last session, I was particularly interested in one particular bill that didn't quite get out of the Senate, and it was about tweaking the way property taxes are not collected, but how about counted? And it was a tweak. Because I agree. I think it's really important. I mean, I wrote actually some comments on that, and it kind of went like, hey, money doesn't guarantee school success, student success, but if there isn't any money, then you kind of never know what could have been. So I only offer that because I'm happy to, in the next session, become even more vocal. So money isn't everything, but it sure doesn't hurt. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. DeMonte.
The board received an email from Andrea Williams related to this item.
All right, team. So we've got the superintendent's recommendation, but before we get to that, if any of us want to formalize our analyses, which is the only way that we guarantee that they happen, by majority vote, I'll go ahead because I have my two written out. They're written specifically, and they're also written broadly to allow for the creativity and professional interest of our staff to take this where it leads them. So for the first one, this is around utilizing a portion of those savings. The motion is, and I've sent this to JJ so she'll be able to read it back, so will I move that the Board of Trustees directs the superintendent to initiate an analysis in partnership with affected associations on increasing administrative and student support positions at schools with high needs, with a focus on using a portion of the savings from the reduction of our school portfolio. Yeah, that is my motion. Well, yeah, so that's my motion, and if anybody wants to second it, now would be a good time to do it.
I second.
And I'll read that again. Okay. So it's, I move that the Board of Trustees directs the superintendent to initiate an analysis in partnership with affected associations on increasing administrative and student support positions at schools with high needs, with a focus on using a portion of the savings from the reduction of our school portfolio.
I still second.
And if anybody has any questions, I mean, we can talk about the motion right now if there's any thoughts, but I wrote it broad on purpose so that the team could follow their own professional interest on this matter. Trustee Nicolette?
Thank you. Follow their own professional interest. I'm not sure what that means, and I do wonder about the timing of this one. I don't know if this is time well spent at this juncture. So tell me a little more, please.
Sure. Well, the analysis is specific, but I don't want to tell the team to only look at one particular thing. Like many things, they may take this back and say, all right, let's unpack this and see the opportunities that we have. So it's the analysis to reinvest a portion of the savings we have from the school consolidations and to see if we need to allocate certain things outside of the standard formula for some of these schools. We have Pine coming offline this year. So that's why I do believe that it is relevant now, because that school is coming offline June of this year, and then the new Vaughn is opening. And then from there, the continuation goes. So by requesting this analysis now, we get in front of all of that happening, and then this is a practice that they look at going forward, because we do have a school coming offline this year. So that's why I'm bringing it now, and that's why I did not bring it this past spring.
I just have a quick question about the use of the word increasing. I feel like that actually limits the analysis, because I believe what you're asking is for a general analysis of the needs of that school, and that may or may not include increasing the staffing. It may include, and I this is something that Superintendent Ernst and I discussed in our one-to-one, just some reallocations of, we had this position was named this, but really they were doing this. And so I think my only concern with the motion is simply the use of the word increasing, because I'm not sure that that's the entire story, right? It's really looking at the needs of that school and what they need. So maybe when we use the word increasing, that would just simply identify like, oh, they need another counselor, but maybe that's not what they need. And so I guess that's where I don't love the word increasing. It's really more of a needs analysis, correct?
And that is exactly why the friendly exists.
Okay.
So I completely agree with what you're saying. I think that's wonderful feedback, and I would adjust that. So I will accept that friendly and remove the word increasing from that. And then assuming I get an agreement from my second, can you turn your light on and just?
Oh, yes. Second.
Okay, it's gone.
On the friendly.
And we'll read it again.
Yes, thank you.
But it's gone.
Okay.
See how that works? All right. All right. Any other thoughts on that? JJ, I'll read that again now that we can get a clean reading for the record. I move that the Board of Trustees directs the superintendent to initiate an analysis in partnership with affected associations on administrative and student support positions at schools with high needs, with a focus on using a portion of the savings from the reduction of our school portfolio. Okay.
Another question. I understand the intent, and I actually think it's brilliant. I do wonder about the timing. Are you expecting this to come back in January?
No, not necessarily. I expect this to come back when the staff feels that they're ready to, as we always do with our analyses. They typically come back in a staggered format. We do that every year. They do their work and they bring it back to us.
No, I won't ask that. Okay.
And just for practice, we did that last year too. Staff came back with analyses at different times when they were ready. So I'm not actually time stamping this. Okay, so we have that motion. We have a motion by me. We have a second by Trustee Westlake. Seeing no other lights on, and I very much appreciate those questions. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
All right, thank you. Motion passes 6-1. The second analysis that I have, I'll go ahead and I'll read that one. I move that the Board of Trustees directs the superintendent in partnership with affected associations to initiate an analysis on including early education students in school enrollment counts that determine a school's allocation.
I second.
Would anybody like me to read that again? No? Okay. Any questions or thoughts on that?
The only question I had was, the strategies, CLS kids, the students' families, trying to work that in there somehow.
I don't know that it could work on this one, but you
Okay.
could certainly make an analysis on that. On this one, I wanted to keep this one more focused on only the fact that the early education students don't count. And I think that in your case, those students count, but maybe we provide more support. So, but I'd very much like you to think about a motion for that.
I I had a comment.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Thank you, President Smith. I think this is important because it's kind of part and parcel what we had discussed and advocated for our special ed children to be counted as a whole human being. Our littles are no less important. No child is less important, and they should be counted because they require support. They require instruction, they require guidance, they require everything that any child would expect to be provided when they attend a school. And we've accepted the responsibility of having early childhood. We took on that responsibility, so they need to be recognized and supported exactly as any other child would be. Same thing with special ed. We take on that responsibility. If you're going to accept a responsibility, you need to step up to the plate. Because there are things that go along with that, not just the good feeling you get by saying, oh, we're gonna have this and we're gonna do this. There are things that go along with that to support those children. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Westlake. I do think it's important to remember that we do provide some comprehensive service for our early childhood students and our PK students. They are supported with teachers, they are supported with aides, and they're also supported with administrative staff. So while I think I understand the intention is for increased support for schools and personnel there, I do feel I'd be remiss if I didn't say or remind us that our pre-K students are supported very much so in their classrooms with their teachers, with our teacher assistants, aides, deans, and principals. So I just want to make sure that we're clear on that part. Just thought it was important to mention that.
Thank you, Superintendent Ernst. I appreciate it.
Dr. Nicola had hers first.
Thank you. But there's absolutely no argument that we need to do what's right for every student, no matter the age they're in our schools. I believe this is not the time to have staff spend their due diligence on this particular topic. I do, however, think it would be a wonderful deep dive look-see for the next legislative session. I really think that right now spending this, I can tell you without doubt, the deep dive on this is going to show it's going to cost quite a bit of money. That is not what this is about. This is about identifying ways to cut a deficit. And again, this is not to say that this isn't important. It's extremely important. You know that the little ones are very near and dear to my heart. I don't think this is the time for staff to spend. This is not the time for staff to be spending on this topic, because it's not going to be a budget cut. It's going to be this is how much money we need to make this happen. And I'm okay with that analysis, but after we get through how we're going to streamline our budget.
Can I ask Dr. Nicolette a question? So timing-wise, I'm just thinking that this would be, I see what you're saying. This is really more of a legislative conversation, but we need to provide what it would cost us to do this correctly in our district, which would then result in other districts saying, yes, us too. I would venture to guess. So with that, timing-wise, I hear what you're saying is that we focus on getting to a place of as close as we can to a balanced budget, and then we look at that. Is that what I'm hearing from you? I just want to be clear, because I'm hearing that you really like this idea of finding out how much it would cost us to truly staff the buildings for every single student, whether they're 3 or 18 in our buildings, but specifically looking at our pre-K kiddos. But we know that we're not going to be able to add staff this go around, I think is what I'm hearing you say. And I'm liking that there's maybe a delay in this analysis.
Kind of answer your question, I think once we put the budget to bed,
Okay.
that would be the time to
Okay.
really deep dive this. And it could be a quick turnaround because we know that legislatively speaking, we got to be up and running.
Right.
But yes,
right.
after
Okay.
we put this budget to bed.
Okay. I could really support the idea that we still get this information because I think it's incredibly important, and it also values the work that's being done in our buildings that have pre-K programs, because I too have heard this. We heard it a lot during zoning when we would get those really colorful brush fire charts, and we'd hear from principals, but that doesn't include our pre-K kids. And so we'd hear that a lot. And so I'm hearing why this is really important, but I'm also seeing your point that if what we need to focus on right now is getting the budget figured out, and then we could do something that would impact potential legislation. Okay, I'm hearing that.
Just really quick for timing. So these analyses come back in the late winter, early spring, and then we start the work on the platform over the summer. So I'm fine with the motion. I'll see where it goes, but that is the right time. So remember, we adopt our platform typically in late August, early September. This analysis wouldn't be coming back until the spring, and then it's factored into it. And I don't actually know what positions we wouldn't or wouldn't approve. I do want the board to remind everybody that when we were facing the $10 million deficit, we did make some changes to positions like in IT, for example. So I don't know what we would or wouldn't do or what the superintendent would or wouldn't recommend, but I do know that by asking for this now, when it would come in, it immediately flows right into the creation of the platform and then the adoption of it. But that's completely okay. We don't need to belabor it. We can just take a vote and see where it lands and then go from there, because we only do analyses when we do the budget. So we don't do analyses any other time. So, there's that, but it's totally okay. Did you have a comment? Because otherwise we're going to go ahead and call for the vote so we can keep going. Okay.
I do. And thank you, President Smith. Just as a reminder, and I can't believe I remembered this because half the time I don't remember much, but the analyses on our little special ed kiddos, and we also asked the teachers that it would be affecting, how it would affect them. With that analysis, it was a negative. It was a negative. But everyone, it's going to be better. It looks, we're standing up and saying every child counts as equal. Things were tweaked, and I think it came out to a good tweak because the main thing, our teachers were consulted, and they said this is what we would like you to proceed with as far as the incorporation and counting our special ed. That was a negative. We would still be sitting here counting our special ed kiddos as 25% of a person if we didn't ask for that analysis, and it came out to a negative. There's nothing hurts diving into something, researching it, and seeing the expectation may not be exactly what we want. It may be unfeasible. How the heck do we know unless we ask for an analysis? We don't, and something really great could come out of it. So that's all I'm saying. An analysis does not mean we're moving full steam ahead. Contrary, I think it shows where our intent is and where our heart is and where our beliefs are, in that we want to do the very best for every child. Now, can we always do that? No. But at least we are looking into that. So I promise that is it. I promise.
Thanks, Trustee Westlake. I appreciate it. We'll just see where it goes. But I do appreciate that. We use these analyses to also show what it is we're interested in. Case in point, we were at a deficit last year, and we still moved the analysis forward to expand the high school bus zone that we knew was going to be at a cost, and this board did actually do that. So it's totally okay. We'll just see where we land, all right? All right, so we have a motion by me. We have a second by Trustee Westlake. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
All right, motion carries 6-1. Thank you so much. These are good conversations. All right, who's up next? I'm done.
Oh, my right. I'll wait. I need to rest my vote.
Trustee Phoenix?
Alrighty, so, you know mine is on guest teacher pay, right? All right, so I'll just try to make it as easy as possible here. So I move that the Board of Trustees directs the superintendent to initiate an analysis on guest teacher pay that includes the geographic-based incentive for school staff that are hard to fill in the district. Bottom line up front, just seeing where we can try to find a win over there. That's it.
Go ahead.
Second, Madam President.
All right, we have a motion by Trustee Phoenix. We have a second by Clerk Woodley. I'm going to give JJ Batchelder a moment to write that down. Does everyone feel clear on that motion, or would like okay, we're good. So seeing no lights on, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 7-0. Thank you so much. Anyone else that wants to formalize their analysis? Oh, Trustee Phoenix, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, it's better if we all do it together.
And based off Joe's comment about the comprehensive look at what you do at the administrative level, looking at the early childhood as well as strategy, you know, I'm good with that. As long as you're taking a good look at that, I'm fine.
Okay, I'm going to try and word this. I move that the superintendent directs staff to analyze where we could be making gains in reimbursement for supports that we provide through Medicaid. Is that right? I mean, it's just good business. I did a comment. I'm sorry. I'll say that later. Does that make sense, what I said?
I might have I'm going to play with yours, okay? I'm going to try to meet you halfway. And by the way, I do this for everybody sometimes. So I'm hearing that it's more like I move that the Board of Trustees directs the superintendent to analyze services and reimbursements for those services related to Medicaid.
Yeah, that's just so long as we look.
This is your motion, so I'm just trying to take what you said and turn that into an analysis.
That's perfect.
I'm going to pause on that and make sure, because we still need somebody, we're just talking, okay? So JJ might be able to say it again, because we still need you to make the motion and then to see if we have a second, but I think that's what I've heard, to just focus it exclusively on services and the reimbursement of those services for Medicaid. Okay. JJ, is it okay if you read that off again, since I kind of just said it? Thank you.
The Board of Trustees directs the superintendent to conduct an analysis on services and reimbursements from Medicaid.
So if you like that, you would say so moved?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
All right. And seeing no lights on for the motion, we have a motion by Trustee Westlake. We have a second by Trustee Nicolette. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 7-0. Anyone? Vice President Mayberry?
Okay, 18th inning here. Let's get this done. This is the idea of looking at the school year calendar. I move that the staff direct superintendent to examine the school year calendar for cost savings. I moved to direct the superintendent to examine the school year calendar for cost savings. Okay, thank you.
Can I ask? I'll second, and then I'll ask my question.
And now we can talk about that.
So this is kind of broad to look at the calendar, not for specific weeks or like that, because I think this is a really good idea, especially from feedback I've been getting from parents, teachers.
You know, the superintendent and his team, they're the experts. If they come back and say, you know, there's really no cost savings, we ought to stay with the status quo as opposed to moving to a traditional school year or mixing things up a bit, you know, that's all I'm asking for. This is all this is a study. That's why I've supported all of them. I respect the outcome. It's pretty straightforward.
I stick with my second then.
Yeah, but thank you for the question. I appreciate it.
I'll add that I really appreciate how you phrased that, because when we were initially having that conversation, I was like, oh, I don't know how I feel about that, but I love the way that you phrased that analysis. Very, very well done. And I can support it because of the way you phrased it. So thank you very much for that. All right, seeing no lights on. Oh, I'm sorry. I do see Dr. Nicolette.
I can't support it, and it's for the same exact reason that I'm sure my colleagues are wondering, what the heck did she say? Why did she say no to early childhood? I'm saying no to the work behind it. This is not the time to be conducting this kind of study. I think it's very interesting, and I would like to do this in the future. The time and effort that it will take to put this analysis together, I mean, we sit up here and we go, well, it's just an analysis. This is hours and hours and days worth of work. To what end? I can't support this one.
But well, respectfully, though, by that logic, then we shouldn't do any studies. I mean, I think what we're attempting to do is try to find some reasonable cost reductions, and I agree with the premise. But if the outcome here helps us get to where we need to, I think that's a function of our governing role.
And none of these analysis or looking into any of these things, I mean, we didn't set a date. I mean, so I am going to rely on you gentlemen and your staff to prioritize, and you know best how some of these things might even gel together and flow together.
Yep,
so I trust you guys won't overstress yourselves.
So we have a motion, we have a second, and this is good. We're going to go ahead and call for it because this was really, really good dialogue, but let's see where we land on that, and then I think they've heard us to where this might go. So again, we have a motion by Vice President Mayberry. We have a second by Trustee Westlake. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
All right, motion carries 6-1. All right, team, are we done with this portion of the analyses? Okay. Dr. Nicolette? Okay. All right, so now we would just be looking for a blanket motion that ties everything up with a bow. And I believe we have that motion in front of us.
It's this.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's right here. I move that the Board of Trustees approves continued analysis of budget reduction concepts as presented by staff to be reported back on at a future date, and directs the superintendent to analyze and report back to the board new items related to the fiscal year 2026-27 budget.
I second.
All right, we have a motion by Trustee Hall and we have a second by Trustee Westlake. Seeing no lights on, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 6-1. Thank you so much. These are really difficult and challenging conversations, but also lots of opportunity, and we really, really appreciate your time. Thank you so much. It is 3:56 p.m. We're going to go ahead and take a break. We have now closed Section 3, so we will reopen with Section 4, and we will call for a brief recess. All right, everyone. Gonna bring everybody back here. Trustee. All right, everyone. It is 4:14 p.m. on this Tuesday, October 28th, 2025, and I would like to call back to order this regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. Prior to the break, we just concluded item 3.01 and closed section 3 in its entirety. And we go now to opening section 4, our items for presentation, discussion, information, and or action. We have 2 items on today's section 4, beginning with item 4.01, the presentation, discussion, and possible action to review, amend, revise, accept, and or approve the final performance evaluation of Joe Ernst, Washoe County School District Superintendent of Schools for the 2024-25 school year, based on the 6 performance targets previously adopted by the Board of Trustees. This is an item for possible action. And presenting this item, or facilitating it, is Dr. Thomas Alsbury of Balanced Governance Solutions. And then I'll also be guiding the process here from the dais, along with all of us. I'm listed as a presenter, but fundamentally all 7 of us are actually equally joint contributors to the process. So, all right, let's initiate a conversation over someone that we all respect and very much appreciate, Superintendent Joe Ernst.
Thank you very much, and it's nice seeing everybody, and thank you for having me back. This is something that we have done each year, that we've used this evaluation process, and so we're going to do the same thing, the same procedure, which is to begin this with a review of the processes that were taken in order to end to where we are today with an actual evaluation report. So how did that happen? And it's been it's a process that's quite extensive, that actually started back in early 2024, actually. So I'm going to just review those things. So the first thing is to note that the evaluation follows the adopted governance model that the school board, the Board of Trustees has adopted, and that is called balanced governance. And so as all of the parts of balanced governance, whether it's the board's evaluation, the superintendent's evaluation, the policies and procedures, they are supporting this concept of balanced governance. So this is highlighted in this 2015 book. And this is a governance model that is supported by extensive research. Most recently, additional studies in 2024, statewide studies, and support it. And then there's been a very recent, just to update the board, I've shared this with you guys, but there's a major research effort underway right now on a major grant, and they are conducting a nationwide study of governance models, and they've contacted me, and they've selected 2 governance models to study, to focus in on that they believe are the 2 most used, and one of them happens to be balanced governance. So that was interesting. We'll see what their findings are, but they're just in the work right now. For those that haven't heard about balanced governance or don't know about it, and so this connects directly to the superintendent's evaluation. That's why it's important to review this. So in the context of the evaluation, we want to ensure that we're following, the board is following and maintaining, and in partnership, the superintendent, balanced governance concepts. The first one being informed oversight. So it's critically important that we're measuring both parts of that. That is, that the board is staying in their role, and we say that that's not a role that's a micromanaging role. It's also not a role that's a disengaged role, that it's a balanced role, and that the board also be informed so that they're able to do that. The second part of balanced governance that we found that's critical, and certainly again in this context of the evaluation, is that we have an emphasis on strategic goal monitoring in the evaluation. And then the final one is that there's a focus on student learning issues within your strategic goals. Now, there are a few superintendent evaluation procedures or approaches in the U.S. that are kind of popularized, and these three are unique to the balanced governance evaluation process. So what are these unique principles that we're trying to ensure that we focus in? The first one, I call it precept one, are the role boundaries that I've already mentioned, that we want to have a monitoring of progress on the strategic goals, and that we emphasize that appropriate role for the board and the superintendent. It's a partnership together. The second one is that the board operates through collective authority, and that is to produce a single evaluation. So one of the techniques that is used by some boards is that they will have, for example, 7 trustees. They'll fill out an evaluation form, and the superintendent gets all 7 forms. And then it's good luck. Here you go. What do I do with that? The challenge with that is that, again, it's not a consensus of the board. It's individuals, and frequently those ratings and comments can contradict each other. So the effort here is to try to, best we can, there's no perfect system, but try as best we can to design a system of steps that ensure that the final evaluation does reflect the full board and what they believe is an accurate evaluation statement. Okay. And there's a series of techniques that we adopt to attempt to do these things. The last one is that this be an evaluation that focuses on continual growth. And so the focus again is on recommendations for growth. You'll see that in the evaluation report. Again, just in comparison, I don't want to spend much time on this, but it is true that other evaluation approaches, they don't do this. So comments that are made, board members will kind of editorialize on their opinions, their feelings about, say, the superintendent. And we ask that the board in this process not do that, that instead the remarks that they give are recommendations for growth. That is, and even this board even agreed that if you turned in items to me that were editorializing, making remarks, justifying why you gave your suggestion, etc., you gave me permission to glean those out and to only include the actionable item, that is, the thing that you're recommending or suggesting that the superintendent focus in on. So that's also unique about this model. Now this is the cycle that we use in the balanced governance process, and the red arrow is there because that's today. That's where we are. We're at the final step. But I want to take just a few minutes because it's critical to emphasize the other steps. The first step would be the next one past the arrow, which is the adoption of processes and criteria. And so early on, the board reviewed, I provided steps, sample documents of all of the pieces of this evaluation, including the rubrics, a sample of rubrics that are used, a sample of this actual report that you see before you today, samples of the strategic goals, and that's all provided. And we had actually several, and I have some dates on the slides that you'll see in a moment, where we reviewed those things. There was opportunity to discuss and potentially revise any steps that any of the board members or the superintendent felt uncomfortable with. I think it's also critically important to note tonight that that step, adoption of processes and criteria for evaluation, is an annual step. So again, the process, we're after a goal, a set of goals, but the procedures that we use in those goals, it's always open to tweak, to say, can we do this better? Can we make the process work more effectively? And so every year we revisit that. As long as you are working with the balanced governance approach, we will revisit that, and there's potential for revision and change there, potentially. The next one, also critically important, and we did this really early on. This is decisions on focus goals and performance indicators, goals and targets, as you see. Initially, I asked the superintendent, just so you understand the process, to provide a list of those goals and targets. Those are primarily taken directly from your strategic goal document. And so that was provided by Superintendent Ernst, and then I passed that to him and asked him to highlight a number of the goals and targets that he believed were the most important for him to focus in on for the 2024-2025 evaluation year. And there were about 12, if I'm remembering. That was in 2024, so it's been a little while, okay? And so there are quite a few more goals that the district has in their strategic packet, but this is to help to narrow that down to the things that are most important and are the most strategic to focus in on in a given year, because the strategic goal is typically a 5-year or 6-year plan. So Superintendent Ernst, very much appreciate, he went through, he selected things that he thought were the most strategically important. That was then placed into a rating form that in a session that we conducted in July of 2024, that the board then rated. They basically selected, and prior to that rating, the superintendent was able to share why he had highlighted those various items. So then through the rating process and some discussion, we are to narrow that to know around 6 or 5 or 6 targets that would be a focus for the superintendent. So that happened again in July of 2024. The next thing that's kind of formal in the cycle is the mid-year check. So then around February of 2025, the superintendent came back to do a mid-year check, and he presented evidence, data evidence to the board on how progress was going on those goals. And this is an opportunity. There's 2 sides of this. First, it's an opportunity for the board to get an idea of how things are going. This allows them that if they have a concern at that time, they can make that known to the superintendent, maybe an area that they are saying, let's focus a little bit more on this area or that area. Equally important, though, and frankly the most often, is not, the suggestions don't come from the board. They can in the model, but most of the time it's the superintendent's opportunity to say something has happened, and this goal that we set way back, almost a year ago, it's not reasonable anymore. We've got COVID, we've got a huge change in our population, in our schools. We have a downturn in our finances, as you're facing right now. And that's a legitimate reason for a superintendent to say the goals that we set, may not be reasonable at this time. Can we modify those? And of course, the board would have to agree to that. But that's the opportunity on both sides. The final one is an evaluation summation process, and there are multiple steps to this final process, which culminates in the evaluation report that we're presenting today. So these are the dates that I've just gone through with you, so I won't read through this slide, but you can notice the dates, as I mentioned, each of these things took place. Okay. So in the evaluation, as I mentioned, we want to shoot for 5 or 6 strategic goal targets for the year and limit that. Recommendations for growth also to be between 6 and 8. Now this is really important, because if you just think about it for a sec, do the math. If in 6 goals, and the superintendent had 6 goals to focus on this time, that if the trustees, if each trustee, there's 7 of you, gave only 1 suggestion for growth on each of those, well, that's 42 recommendations for growth, just with 1 recommendation from each of you. And that's too many. It's too many for any leader to be able to focus on. And so we need a mechanism to narrow that. Also understand what I mentioned earlier tonight, and that is that the system is designed to ensure that the full board is in agreement to those recommendations for growth. And it's very possible, in fact, I can tell you it is actually true, even with this board, that there were recommendations of growth that some of you offered, and the rest of the board said, I'm not I don't support this being put onto the evaluation. I don't agree with it. And so it's an opportunity for us to really get to see where the board as a whole is saying we all have consensus, we all have agreement that these are the things that we're seeing that we would focus in on for recommendations for growth. And so that's the purpose of the process. So the evaluation process that I alluded to, and we're actually almost done, we don't have too much more of this to go, is here. It's listed in this continuum. So August the 29th of 2025, the Superintendent Ernst submitted a final summary of the data that had been achieved in the previous school year. The next day, and the evaluation tool that we had previously looked at, reviewed, and approved, the board and superintendent, was sent out to each of the trustees. Then I offered, September is sort of just hanging out there, there's no date on it, because I offered any assistance to board members. Primarily this comes, and I can tell you that no board member on this board ask for, nor would I recommend they ask for assistance on the ratings. I don't want to influence board members in that way. But there is opportunity for board members who have never written a recommendation for growth statement that they wouldn't understand how to do that. And so, and I did have a few trustees on the board this year reach out and say, how should I phrase this so that it's a recommendation for growth only? Okay. The next step happened on September the 23rd, and this is where those individual ratings, there were actually 3 parts. There was a rating for each of the 6 goals, targets, I would say, targets. There was a place for commendations for trustees to put. And there was finally a place for these recommendations for growth. And those are just empty, open boxes that the trustee writes for both commendations and recommendations for growth. So those were returned to me on September the 30th. In addition to, at that point, I could compile the average, the rating averages on the targets and the overall rating. I compiled all of the comments, that is, the recommendations for growth. I first made sure that they were indeed recommendations for growth, that they were stated in that way. I mixed them up. I anonymized them, and the evaluations come in anonymously also, by the way. I should note that. I use an online system where the trustees, when they're sending them in, it's double blinded, and so there's no reason for me to be able to necessarily identify individuals. I just need all 7 of those evaluations to come in. And so we take all those comments and anonymously created a list. Now in this case, there were a list of 60 recommendations for growth. Now again, I know that sounds like a lot. It's not a lot. It's not a lot of recommendations for growth. It's normal. Remember, 1 comment, we're at 42 already. So it's a normal number. Okay, but it's an overwhelming number. No administrator would want to get that. And so those anonymous recommendations for growth went back out to the trustees individually, and by themselves, independently. They then rated which of those did they feel strongly should be included in the final evaluation, understanding that we had a target of between 6 and 8 recommendations. Those ratings came back. I did the calculations, and the basic idea here is that we try to parse out the recommendations for growth that receive a rating of agree or higher. Okay. And so if a recommendation for growth is coming in with a rating that's at neutral, disagree, or strongly disagree, then the board as a group is saying those shouldn't be included in the final evaluation. So only take those where there's a consensus. As it turned out, there were 6, exactly 6. By the way, congratulations to the superintendent. This is a very low number. Typically, we get more than that. In previous years, we've had 11, we've had many more recommendations than that. So this recommendation of 6 is a fairly low number. Okay, so that's good. October 7th, those rating sheets came back. In October, I calculated and put together this evaluation report. And then on October the 20th, this is part of our process, myself, President Smith, and Vice President Mayberry met with Superintendent Ernst to show him the evaluation results, again, because we want him to know what to expect coming into a meeting like this. We wouldn't want to spring it, out of the blue last minute on him. And so that is part of the process that we agreed to. And so that was done, and then here we are tonight for the presentation of the final report. There's a few additional steps that we take in order to ensure, and I've already talked about these, so I'll go past, nothing new here. Just to reiterate that the procedures and processes that we've gone through, we've met a number of times in order to review those and ensure that those processes are appropriate and that it's the process that is considered to be fair. The other thing really critically important, seems like a small thing, but it's what you're looking at right now. There's always, whenever you're going to translate an average rating into a word, it creates some tension, because often you're going to find a rating that's right on the borderline. And then the million-dollar question is, I don't want to be unfair. If this person's on the borderline, what do I call that? And so there's a decision has to be made as far as what those number cutoffs are going to be. So this was presented to the board, I'll remind you, as part of our review process of the steps for this procedure, for the evaluation. And these are the words that the board chose to use, as well as the cutoff numbers that the board approved to use. It is my understanding that the reasoning for this rating scale and the cutoff numbers is because this is the one that's used for the evaluation, is that right, of the administration and possibly the teachers in the district, is that right? Yeah. And so the feeling by the board was, well, we should use the same cutoff numbers, right? By the way, if I might, when I talk about that there's tweaks that you can do to the system that doesn't go against the concept that this board has adopted of balanced governance and equal voice to all board members, etc. These processes protect that. No undue influence from others in your final ratings once you've gotten the evidence. This is one of them that could be tweaked. It could be tweaked. And I'll tell you, I think it's important to note that if you do the math, because there might be folks out in the audience or behind me that have done the math really quickly, if you take those numbers, right, 1, 2, 3, 4 is how you do it from ineffective up. If you, a 7-member board, and this, by the way, this happened in this evaluation, the 7-member board, 4 of you gave the superintendent highly effective, 3 of you gave the superintendent effective. Well, that's highly effective. 4 to 3, right? You eyeball it, seems like that's highly effective. Unfortunately, it's not. If you do the math, it comes out to 3.57. Now, my point, could there be, I can see a reasonable argument to say, if it's 4 to 3, it should be highly effective. Let's move that from a 3.59 to a 3.57, make the cutoff right there. And I can tell you on the other side of it, on the developing to effective, it's the same. If you have, with that number, 2.79, if you have 5 board members who say effective and 2 who say developing, it comes out 2.71. developing, right on the edge. But you get my point. So these are things that can be modified, adjusted if the board were to say, boy, this doesn't seem fair. You know, that seems like that should have been an effective. And in this case, just to let you know, that happened twice to superintendents. One that would bump to highly effective, one that would have bumped to effective. So these are the kinds of things that we can change. So I wanted to point that out. Now, the evaluation results, the overall, my overall take on these evaluation, that's what this is. First thing, the evaluation results, these are very positive. This is, in fact, this should be cause for joy and celebration, in my opinion. This is one of the highest evaluations that I've seen for a first-year superintendent. It is not typical for first-year superintendents, right or wrong, to receive very high evaluations. So these evaluations are considered on the high side for that. So I think that's exceptionally good news, and it speaks to the excellent, job that your superintendent has done. The other thing that we check in on, and I think this might be the last slide, is you always want, and I always do, when you look at these ratings, you want to check in on whether this is what I call an accurate average or if it is a tainted average. Now, I'm also a professor of statistics, and I can tell you that if a few board members gave very high ratings to the superintendent and a few board members gave very low ratings to the superintendent, the average would come out right about in the middle, right around the effective rating for overall. And I would say that is not an accurate representation of that superintendent's performance if that happened. And so I always look at, is that going on or what's happening? And we call it scale. We talk in terms of outlier data. Do we see diversely different ratings coming from each of the 7 trustees? If we do, that's a clear indication that something's wrong with the instrument and with the processes. It means board members aren't seeing the data the same way, they're not analyzing the data the same way, they're not understanding maybe the tools that were used. Those are all the reasons in the statistics world that we say outliers tell us there's something wrong with the tools being used or the processes. So I do want to share with you that these ratings that each of you did individually were very tightly aligned and consistent. There were no outliers. The board members individually, very consistent ratings when comparing from one trustee to the other. No disparity, no really high ratings, no really low ratings. It's very similar, consistent ratings across the board, okay? Okay, so just need to get to the actual results. And so one of the things that I thought might be helpful is to put this up on the screen because we have some numbers to talk about, and then you can kind of see what I was talking about. So goal number 1, a strong start for every child. And remember, there are 6. The board selected target 2, which was implement an aligned P through 5 strategy that provides a strong developmental appropriate core curriculum focused on building literacy and numeracy. The average rating from the 7 trustees came out to 3.00 rating. That's right about in the middle, not quite, but pretty close to the middle of that effective range. So that was rated as effective. Goal or target number 2, student voice and advocacy, expanding access to extra and co-curricular clubs and activities matched to the needs and interests of each school's student community. This is that rating that it was a close one that I mentioned, 3.57. Okay. Now technically, because of our agreed upon standard for this year, that falls in the effective range. But I think it's critically important that you need to look at the number. Don't get too transfixed just on the word it's a 3.57. That is pretty much highly effective, right? But you get what I'm saying. You gotta look at that number and what it's communicating. That's important. The next one is target 3, called strong partnerships. Expanded opportunities for parents, guardians, and family members to be involved with their child's education. This came out to a 3.14, so again, right in the middle of the effective rating. Target 4 is the next one. Improving student safety, including A, reducing the number of major assaultive incidents among students, B, improved physical safety in buildings with a single point entry project completed, and C, increased educators' sense of safety. This came out to a 3.14 rating in the mid-effective range. Target number 5, strengthen recruitment, retention, and advancement pathways for all WCSD staff. This came out to a 2.71 rating. This is the other example that I just gave. That was 5 effectives and 2 developings. It's important to keep that in mind. The majority of you felt the superintendent was effective, if we count that way, but the rating scale that we agreed upon puts that at a 2.71, and so we see it's bumps down to into the developing range. But the important note here, in my opinion, is to look at the number that we're talking about here rather than the word. Target number 6, increase participation, access, and success for all students to advanced coursework, dual credit, and CTE classes. This came out at a 3.14 rating, which is in the middle of the effective range. Overall, if you average all 6 of those goals together, the overall rating came out to 3.12, which is in the effective range. The next part of the report is a list of the commendations that were provided by the trustees. And there were 36 accommodations provided. So remember again, the 42, the magic number 42. So 35 commendations. So that's a little shy of 1 per trustee per goal. The accommodations that were given were written verbatim. There was no change, modification of any kind to those commendations. The last page of the evaluation are the list of recommendations for growth. And within those recommendations for growth, there were 9 recommendations for growth listed, but in 5 of the 6 targets. Now, one of the again, an additional modification that the board could make if they chose to do that moving forward was to say, well, we want 1 recommendation for every one of those targets, those 6 targets. And you could say that. The way that we approached it was we wanted the top rated recommendations for growth to be the ones that showed up in the document. And as it turns out, when we scale that from 60 to these, it didn't include one of there were recommendations for growth in target number 2, but it didn't make the cut as far as the rating as being critically important. My presumption, by the way, that didn't necessarily surprise me, because remember, that's the goal that was at 3.57. It's basically highly effective. I wasn't surprised that there weren't as many recommendations for growth in a highly effective rating, or one that's so close to it. As I mentioned to you before, these recommendations, if necessary, were modified to ensure that they were growth statements. They were action statements to suggest areas of growth. The last thing, and I wasn't planning on reading these, but if you want me to, I'm certainly happy to do that. You have the document in front of you, the recommendations for growth. I do think it's important to point out, though, there's a recommendation for growth and there's a recommendation for growth. And here's what I mean by that. I think it's important to look at the terminology that's used. So many of these say the superintendent should continue to. So in many of these recommendations, I can tell you that the trustees were trying what they were saying, and they said this because I looked at their commendations and then I looked at the recommendations for growth in an individual trustee results, and they had said this was a really pretty good job this year on this item, but I think I'd like the superintendent to continue to focus on this for the next year too. Doesn't mean there was a bad job in my mind. What it means is this is a really critical issue in our district, and it's not a one-year thing. We want you to keep focusing on this for the next year. So I would direct the board to and the superintendent to look really carefully at the terminology of many of those recommendations. That's how they were phrased. Again, that's an indicator to me that this is an exceptionally good set of recommendations for growth. Relatively minor issues, in my opinion, and for the most part, success in the basic goals and targets that were set for the superintendent. And that's the report.
Right, thank you so much, Dr. Ellsbury. We're going to take a brief pause. Thank you so much for that presentation. And we're going to just take a brief pause and take a very brief recess and continue on with this item in just a moment. So thank you. All right, we'll be right back in just a few moments. All right, everyone. Okay, ready? All right, 5:21 p.m. I'd like to call back to order this regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. It is Tuesday, October 28th, 2025, and we are still in item 4.01, and we have now reached the best part of this item, which is where our board is going to share some individual thoughts that we have for the leader of our district. And the first trustee that I'm going to open this up to is going to be Vice President Mayberry, followed by Clerk Woodley.
Well, this is probably the easiest statement I'll ever have to make. I appreciate the work that everybody has done on this evaluation for our superintendent. I want to be brief. I have some thoughts down, so if it looks like I'm reading, it's because I really tried to put some heart into what I wanted to say. Joe, I had my eye on you from the get-go. Since I was appointed to this board and then later elected, and I would see you out in the audience. I always thought you would be a steady, strong leader for this organization at some point. And here I am, coming up to my final year, and you're the superintendent. So, from that perspective, it's a real blessing, and it's a real privilege to have you sitting here, serving our community, serving our students, our families. Including my family, in the last year of their school year. You've demonstrated exceptional leadership, professionalism, and dedication to our students. I appreciate your collaborative approach that you brought to your team. I hear it from them as well. I appreciate the communication and the steady guidance, and I think that's the word that is really I want to accentuate is that steadiness that you have with your leadership and the guidance that you provided and the relationships that you've built across the district and across the community to advance the shared goals that we've set for you. You have committed clearly and you've made it your life's mission in this last year to provide continuous improvement through this district in a very meaningful, positive, and most importantly, historical manner. We've seen the data and the numbers, I think, speak for themselves. So I'm a big fan of Superintendent Ernst. I appreciate the counsel that you've given me as we've met collectively and on our one-on-ones, and because I've always said I don't know what I don't know, and I'm not the expert here. You're the expert. Your teams are the expert. Your leadership team is our educators, our principals. Thank you for allowing us to have myself access to the administrators when we tour schools and tour our facilities. Irrespective of numbers, I am extremely proud of you. I'm proud to call you a friend, and most importantly, I'm proud to call you a superintendent of this school district, and I can only imagine what year two is going to look like. So those are my thoughts. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Awesome, thank you. You said you were going to be brief.
I did say that, didn't I? I'm sorry. Again,
took away
18 innings, baby.
Took away a lot from me. Joe, from day one, I always knew that I would see you present when you had your items on the agenda, and you had a lot of attention to detail. You were very, very precise in responding to every question, every part of every question. I appreciated that. I appreciate that you do that now. I know when we have a meeting, even if it's something that we just anecdotally state something, you're taking notes, because that's just the type of leader that you are. You are a doer, and I appreciate that, because you can have managers, you can have titleists, and then you have true leaders, and leaders do the hard work. And I know that you do the hard work, and we can see it in the presentations that you've given us. I appreciate how much you've given us presentations, keeping us up to date. I feel like every month we were getting on every goal, and I appreciate that. And you were showing numbers, you were showing facts. You are an example of, don't listen to my words, look at my actions. And we appreciate your actions. I see the school district like an aircraft carrier. You know, you can't just turn on a dime. You know, this is a huge, huge agency. So there's nothing that we can expect to be done immediately. But the numbers that you have provided, the increases that you've done, the improvements that you've made, the ability to give your staff, your leadership staff, the autonomy to work with their individual principals, and the autonomy that I've seen the principals have, because they're all marching in the same direction, but they're all doing it in their own way. You know, chronic absenteeism is a perfect example. I visit many schools, and they're all addressing it, not in the exact same way, all completely different ideas, thinking out of the box. And I know that that comes from your leadership. And I really deeply appreciate that. And we know that you are doing an amazing job, and I am so happy that we have you. You are the perfect example of a true leader, and I just want you to know that I appreciate it from my soul. Thank you.
One of my favorite memories from my first years on the board was the day that we voted unanimously to hire you. And not just because not a lot of unanimous decisions were made at that time, but there was a photo taken by the RGJ of you sitting right there and us all standing to clap for you. And I remember the smile on your face. And that is how you show up in your passion to our kids. You walked through that door, you came right through, you sat down here, and we gave you a standing ovation. And that positivity, that focus, that commitment, the day that you spoke to us emotionally, is the passion that you have brought every day to this work. And I am so very grateful every day that you are the leader, not just for my own 2 children in the system, but for all 60,000 kids that we have. Your successes over the past year are absolutely captured in so many of those commendations that we have. And there's also so many. So let's not remember, we had 6 goals, but he knocked it out of the park in so many different areas. One for me that I do want to take a moment for is the remarkable work done in the 2025 legislative session. For the Washoe County School District to be the trusted subject matter experts to either ensure good legislation is passed or not so good legislation gets fixed or doesn't happen is no small feat. And to be trusted by lawmakers and legislative council bureau members across the board is really a sign of the talent of our team, making yourselves available, and the success that we achieved not just for Washoe County, but on behalf of the state of Nevada. And I'm very confident my other colleagues will have so many other things to share, but I want you to know that to earn the respect of all of our state level leaders in your first year is no small feat. And to know that all of the chiefs and the leaders of this district are the people they want on speed dial, no small feat. And the fact that we have grown to this point and that we have you as our leader guiding us is something that creates a tremendously foundational first year to look forward to many other years of your success and continuing to grow with that. So thank you so much. And now I will open it up. Dr. Nicolette.
Yes, thank you. Super Joe, that's how I like to refer to him. Now it's out. I appreciate your honesty, your kindness, and your future-forward approach to doing the job. I love that you love students, each and every one of them, and you wholeheartedly recognize that each and every employee who works in Washoe County School District plays a very important role and makes a difference every single day. I also appreciate that we walk together as stewards of the taxpayer dollars, That is a huge obligation. And I will just simply close up with, I really appreciate that you laugh at my mom jokes. Thank you for that.
Well, actually, I want to see if Maya, do you want to participate in this? Because I don't want to exclude your voice from this. And you happen to be sitting right next to Dr. Dye.
Mr. Ernst, I just want to say that on behalf of the students in the Washoe County School District, we are extremely grateful for all that you've done for us, and especially for the work that you've put into our student advisory councils, as you will be coming to one of our meetings in a few days here. I have seen over the past couple of years that the student advisory councils have grown and grown, especially after you became superintendent, and I'm super grateful for all of the work that you've put into it.
Alrighty. In the short time that I got to know you, Joe, I remember that day I went over and watched you interview over at Worcester High School. Do you remember that? All the other candidates over there? Yeah. He was the only one that really stood out to me. One being a local, way to go. Also that, he knew a little bit about Native Americans in the Great Basin. I was impressed, you know what I mean? Because some of the others, they did, but they did not. So I was very impressed with that, and that always stood with me. And then the one thing that I'll like to share is that not only the good words about Joe, it doesn't come just from me and from the trustees. I listen to all of you, and all of you have good things to say. So it's not just us trustees. It's what the people are saying, good things about you, doing good stuff, So continue to march, Jersey Joe is my word for you. Always hustling, always trying to find a way to win. The reason why I say that is because being a chairman of a tribe isn't easy, and I'm not a superintendent, but I can imagine what goes in every single day, the day-to-day grind, and the decisions that have to be made, and you still had a good rating. Thank you very much, Joe.
All right. I have worn a lot of hats in this district. I've been a student, I've been a teacher, and I've been a parent, and I've been a volunteer. And so I've been through a lot of superintendents. And I remember I may not have been on the board when you went through the interview process, but I was rooting for you because I knew your passion for our kids and our teachers is so inherently part of your nature and everything that you do. And so a couple of things, I also took some notes like Vice President Mayberry, so I didn't forget what I wanted to make sure I say. A couple of things that I have observed in this role is the consistent excitement that our students have expressed for being at school and being excited about the extracurriculars and the student clubs that you have done such a great job of ensuring that all of your principals have access to. Your responsiveness to our families. Anytime we hear public comment, you take immediate action and find a way to ensure that those families feel included. And I think that is remarkable because I know examples in the other way, and I've seen them as a teacher and as a parent. I am just so incredibly impressed at the gains that we made, but in how you have ensured that the celebrations are part of the entire community. We could have just announced it here, but you have taken the time, you and your team, to go to every single school and celebrate with those schools. That is no small feat, and that is something to be celebrated and shared and encouraged that we continue to celebrate with those schools. So I love getting to chat educator to educator with you. I learn new things every day, every single time we chat. And I cannot wait to see what this year brings for this school district because I believe we are being led by an exceptional leader. So thank you for, I know this is a huge time commitment. I also want to say, I know that this is like just a really, like nobody wants to be evaluated publicly. This is really hard. And you, again, show exceptional leadership. and grace. And so I just commend you for that. Thank you.
I'm just glad it wasn't 1.0 to 1.9 because I'd be all kinds of pissed off right now. I'd be like, we got a lemon, but we didn't. We got something so wonderful, exceptional. I mean, if you think about in life, everything has growth periods. A plant from a seed, and then it gets roots, and then it has a little sprout, and then it gets the stem, and then more leaves. A baby is an infant, and then a toddler, and then an adolescent, and then a young adult. I feel that we have witnessed with you, and I can say this in all sincerity, we have seen what should have been in infancy coming in as a first year, and you are a strong, confident, productive, innovative adult. And you don't see that a lot in first time anything. It doesn't happen because those growing stages occur with experience. But you've come in as a wizened, aged person to take the lead for our district. I want to get my words extremely right here. And in a time when it was so needed. I mean, so needed. And I don't know what moved and aligned everything for you to be our superintendent, but I am extremely grateful. I feel extremely blessed and thankful and honored. Thank you. Honored. I mean, I honestly think the 3.57 really is because of those growth things that I was talking about. I mean, you skipped all of those different aging, experiencing processes, and I think we're going to have something higher than highly effective for the next time, because if you're growing exponentially, which is completely unheard of. And just on a personal note, I want to thank you for always being willing to listen to my ideas, as crazy as they might be sometimes, especially when you're hearing it in Colleen dialect and having to translate it into something normal. Thank you for giving me a voice and for hearing me. And I too am very, very proud to say that you're our superintendent. And I appreciate you very much. I thank you.
All right, JJ, let's see who would like to come up for public comment and share in this moment.
I think this person might have left, but John Eppolito. Katie Simon Holland.
Oh, welcome. Former board president and valued community member, Katie Simon Holland, welcome.
Thank you, President Smith. I am Katie Simon Holland for the record, and I'm speaking today on behalf of myself and Mike Kazmierski of Strengthen Our Community as a community partner with the district. We want to commend Superintendent Ernst on a truly outstanding year. The documented achievements, such as historic gains in proficiency in math and English language arts, the expansion of the CTE programs and clubs and activities, the increases in family home visits, the expanded professional development opportunities, particularly in the science of reading, the completion of single point of entry, and so many more achievements are truly extraordinary and show strategic leadership as well as an engaged, energized, and enthusiastic staff team. And your love and passion for kids is just exemplary, and we all know it, and we see it. And I love the stories you tell about when you were principal at Anderson, and that connection you've had with those families. So Joe, a grateful community celebrates and congratulates you and your team on truly exceptional work, and we look forward to continued partnership and progress with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, former board president Simon Holland.
That's all we have for this item.
All right, so we'll bring it back here. We do have a motion, but before we get to that motion, we're going to allow a moment for Superintendent Ernst to address the board and the public.
Thank you, President Smith. Thank you, trustees. You know, it's a humbling position to be superintendent, and I appreciate your comments, but I will say I appreciate the attribution to leadership, but I would say that it's this team, it's us together that is making the progress. And the team that I have out there, the leadership team, there's nothing that we've asked of them that they have not leaned into and given everything. I try to tell them as often as I possibly can how grateful I am for each of them. We have challenges, but the way that we're working together collectively is something I'm really proud of. We engage each other. We try to find best solutions. We think together. And from our leadership team to our principals, to our teachers, to our bus drivers, to nutrition services, to everybody in our organization, it's really just a team effort. And so I'm very humbled and say thank you for the kind regards and the comments that have been made. But I will tell you, it's people like we have with our leadership team through our whole organization. It permeates through our organization. I remember coming in and saying, we've got the people. We've got the people. It's just working to get things aligned and get us, using our resources in really good ways and thinking strategically. But I'm indebted to my leadership team out there. They have done more than I ever could ask. And just really our school district, our community partners, the willingness, the ideas to think together, the philanthropy, the giving to our school district. I had a chance to do an interview recently, and really the thrust of it was our schools are not failing. Our district is not failing. Our district is thriving, and it's thriving because of collective leadership, not an individual, because of collective leadership. So, I really appreciate the nice regards. I appreciate the explanations. They've helped me a little bit understand some things, and so I appreciate that, Dr. Alsbury, and the time you took to put a little bit more context around what was shared. I'm just proud of our accomplishments that we've accomplished together, and grateful for all of you. We're fortunate, our kids are fortunate, our families are fortunate, I'm fortunate. And so thank you very much for the very nice regards, and the spirit of continuous improvement remains in front of us and won't ever be pushed to the side. And, we've got the challenges in front of us. I mean, I think about some of the budget discussion from last year and the budget discussion now, and what we're able to accomplish in the backdrop of that. That's just a lot of effort, a lot of commitment, a lot of professionalism, a lot of dedication from people in our system. So thank you very much for the nice the nice regards that you've shared. Really appreciate them, very humbled by them. And again, I just say thank you to our entire WCSD staff, to the kids who work so hard and have such great dreams and ambition and really are the fuel for what we do, and our families for being engaged partners in wanting to do what's best for their kids. So it's really a collective effort, and thank you very much for all the feedback that's been shared. I appreciate that, and thank you, team.
Awesome. With that, Madam, if I may, I'd like to make a motion. I move that the Board of Trustees accept the final performance evaluation for Superintendent Joe Ernst for the 2024-25 school year.
And I'll second.
Second.
I'm going to give it to the Vice President. We have a motion by Clerk Woodley. We have a second by Vice President Mayberry. Very close. If there was a third, Trustee Phoenix, you'd have it. Seeing no lights on, but a lot of smiles. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. Please join me one more time in recognizing Superintendent Joe Ernst. We have occasionally done one, but for the record, we've never done two, and that's why you deserved the second one. All right, team, that closes item 4.01, and we move on now to item 4.02. This is the presentation, discussion, and possible action to approve the recommendation of the Zoning Advisory Committee to modify the enrollment boundaries of the following schools as a result of the modernization and expansion at Bernice Matthews Elementary School, effective beginning the 2027-28 school year. Bernice Matthews Elementary School, Kate Smith Elementary School, Rita Cannon Elementary School, Agnes Risley Elementary School, Lois Allen Elementary School, Fred W. Trainer Middle School, and Desert Skies Middle School. This is an item for possible action. And we have with us today our Chief Facilities Management Officer, Tammy Zimmerman. And then I believe I saw him earlier. We have our Chair of the Zoning Advisory Committee, Tyler Rogers.
He sends his regards. He had to get home to take care of some children and help out there. So
That occasionally happens with our parents.
So he's sorry he couldn't be here. I'm going to cover for him. I'm going to be the closer tonight in the 19th inning. We'll get going. All right. So we're going to start off with, we're here tonight to bring forward the Zoning Advisory Committee recommendations due to the Bernice Matthews modernization. And it encompasses all those schools listed in the title there. But talking about what we've done in this process through this area, we've approved the Bernice Matthews GMP for that school. It's under construction. We're going to actually do some construction walk here this week. Super excited about that with the STEAM engagement. We've approved the change of use for Kate Smith, knowing that Kate Smith would no longer be a pre-K 5 school. In August and September, prior to these zoning meetings that we've had and held and put out there, we've done Connect Eds in English and Spanish to all of those communities that are listed on the titles that we had for the Zoning Advisory Committee at the time. We provided 3 options. Those 3 options were consistent throughout the meetings. So we met in August and September. The intention is for these to be enacted in the school year of 27-28. It allows us to get construction completed at Matthews and then make sure that that school is ready to embrace and open for all of the students that would come there. It also allows our parents to have enough time to make choices and not to come for school of choice if they choose to in the years prior, but giving them enough notice to do that. Community engagement. Back in March of 2025, we actually had a community meeting at Bernice Matthews to talk about what that modernization would look at. And we invited a wide area, not knowing who would be zoned there, so that they could come and listen to it and see what the modernization was about. We put this FMP timeline into our presentation at zoning so that they were aware of the changes that were in the facility modernization plan and plan for those areas so that we could work collaboratively and coincide with these changes. So we gave that as part of the information so they knew, you know, Allen is set for a modernization coming up with some of the schools that might receive students with this. We also, our guiding principles for zoning are always there. We go over those with our new committee members so that we can ground their decision making and their thought process in that. So the options of the summaries were to option 1, move the middle school boundaries and elementary so we would split feed at middle schools. And if those middle schools that are over there are Trainer and Sparks, and in the FMP, Trainer is to become an elementary school, Sparks Middle School is to be rebuilt. So thinking in that context of should we do this and should that be part of their options to look at. 1A was not to move any of the middle school or high school boundaries, to leave them as they are so that they can continue in those verticals, thinking about those future changes in the FMP. And then 1B was to move high school and middle school boundaries to match the elementary, which could disrupt them for a couple years, knowing what was going to be coming in the future for the modernization. And so the zoning advisory committee landed with a recommendation for option 1A, which is no change to the high school and middle school boundaries. So if you were zoned for Kate Smith, you would be going to Matthews and then still going to Sparks Middle School and Sparks High School, which is the trajectory that they had into the vertical alignment previously. So it doesn't disrupt them. That was a big discussion and a big reason why they chose this option is because knowing what's coming, we would interrupt them once. So the changes, there's no changes to middle school and high school boundaries with the exception of North Matthews, which is the blue zone that you see there. That will go, they amended the motion for that to go. It'll go to Allen, which was always in the motion, but they will go to Desert Skies and then to Hugs. So it moves that boundary down to the McCarran line there, which makes it a clean boundary like that. I'll go back. We'll talk about that little green island there. We always talk about little islands. That will go from Matthews to Cannon in this motion, which makes a lot of sense based off the guiding principles. That yellow boundary there is currently zoned for Risley. It will now go to Matthews, and all of Kate Smith will go to Matthews. So this is it cleans it all up into a nice boundary for all of those schools. And this is what the enrollment projections would look like. They balanced it out, and that's the zoning recommendation for this. So we're asking that the Board of Trustees takes this recommendation and approves it for the school year of 27-28 for those schools listed there. Any questions you guys might have?
No questions. I want to say thank you so much. I understand why Chair Rogers couldn't be here. This is not easy work at all. And the boundaries for Bernice Matthews are one that Trustee Hull and I both know troubled us on zoning because of the unique incongruous nature of it. And this finally brings resolution to the community, and it also trades them up to a beautiful modernized school at Bernice Matthews. So very, very well done, and I'm very glad to see that this work has happened for this community. So hopefully we can play this. Maybe we'll go to their next meeting and say thank you in person, but this was truly well done. Seeing no other lights on, JJ, do we have any public comment on this item?
Pablo Navaduran.
Welcome, Mr. Navaduran.
Hello, my name is Pablo Navaduran. I know I was over there for Trainer in Spark Middle School, so I do know about this area. So first of all, I want to say thank you to Tammy Zimmer and Ty Roger, who's not here, decided to go home, have an emergency, hit his mom, his parents. Okay, oh well, so I do support moving all of Kate Smith into the the Matthew Modernization Elementary School, because I ain't not do support course at K-Smith Elementary School because K-Smith is a very small school that need to be closed down because we don't have a funding for the state funding for the models for that. So also I do support of a yellow one on Risley to Matthew because those yellow one used to be zoned for K-Smith before rezoning to Risley back to 2019. As we remember, Christine Beth, part of zoning advice community. And then my biggest concern is the Matthew. And why is Matthew so low? Why you get rid of green and blue one now rather than later? Because I know the green one will go. I know it makes sense to go to Karen Elementary School because they go to rezone to the elementary school that will be repurposed a few years later, and then rezone back to Matthew. Like, this is not a consistency for the families. Also the blue one, it does make sense to traffic makes sense to go to Allen and then Desert Sky Middle School. But I think for a future day, what the one will look like with those two remain Matthew. So I tell Karen we purpose that line makes sense. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Navadran.
I do have, now that I'm looking at this. Sorry, I had to.
No, Colleen, we're in public comment. Please, 1 second.
That's all I have for this item.
Okay. That's okay. All right, now you can go.
Okay, thank you. So I'm looking at the map, and then I was flipping back and forth. Chief Zimmerman to the, okay, so it'd be the map, the colors, with the colors, and then I'm flipping back to, or forward to the capacity conditions, and we're building on to Matthews. What is, what's the student body capacity, when it's built out?
So it'll be when it's 660.
47? Okay.
Yes, it's those, the 667 in there.
Okay, but then it looks like it's only going to be like 3, at the most, maybe 399. And it looks on the map like, I don't know what the miles are, but Cannon to Lois Allen looks farther on the map than if it would stay with Bernice Matthews and have closer to the number of what the capacity is. I mean, am I looking at that crazy?
So when they looked at this, they're looking at future changes in the FMP. So Trainer becomes an elementary school. The possibilities that Cannon, Lemelson, and Duncan go into a Trainer elementary school is thought in this process, right? Leaving Matthews kind of the way it is. And then in the future, you'll see Risley, Maxwell, and a Mitchell discussion future in the FMP. So kind of trying to do it by community so that we can affect those communities once. So it's a lot of future planning and a lot of looks for us as staff and demographers at what those projections look like when we start doing those FMP projects at those sites, which is why we included these in here with the Risley, Cannon, and all of that trade-up scenario to Trainer in 2031, right? That's why it's set at that number, is so that we can do those other chess piece moves when the FMP plans them.
So are there schools that we're thinking about other than Kate Smith going into Matthews? Is there a possibility there?
There could be. That'll be a zoning advisory committee when we get to that portion. But thinking about the projections that we have and what the schools are around Trainer with Cannon, Duncan, and Lemelson and the other side, thinking about them as communities and thinking about it in context with the FMP and the timeline in there.
Okay.
So they could. It would be a zoning advisory committee recommendation to look at that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to echo President Smith's thought that this was one of the zones that had the lots of islands. We eliminated several of those over the last however many years since WC1 passed, but this was one that was hanging out there, so I really appreciate that. I know that there was a lot of really, really tough decisions that went into this, but to clarify, on the brush charts with the enrollment capacities, so any future plans, because they have not been voted on, would not be included in that, but you are keeping in mind some potential room at the schools for those future plans. I'm hearing, is that what I'm hearing?
That's correct. Those decisions have not been made. They would have to go out to the zoning advisory, but we always want to make sure that we have room in those schools and we don't, that for any decisions that might be made or any special programs.
All right. Well, I'll bring it back to this board and look for a motion if someone is so inclined.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm ready to make a motion. I move that the Board of Trustees approve the recommendation of the Zoning Advisory Committee to modify the zoning boundaries of the following schools as a result of the modernization of Bernice Matthews Elementary School effective beginning 2027-28 school year. Bernice Matthews Elementary School, Rita Cannon Elementary School, Kate Smith Elementary School, Agnes Risley Elementary School, and Lois Allen Elementary School. Fred Trainer Middle School, and Desert Skies Middle School.
And I'll second that motion.
All right, you got that one, Trustee Phoenix. We have a motion by Clerk Woodley. We have a second by Trustee Phoenix. Let's see, seeing no lights on for discussion on the motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 6-0. Thank you so much, Chief Zimmerman. And thank you so much to the Zoning Advisory Committee. That closes item 4.02 and section 4 in its entirety, and brings us now to section 5, our reports, beginning with our student representatives report for item 5.01. Maya.
Good evening. So for our Student Advisory Council, we had a meeting last week with some very interesting topics that came up. The primary topics were student participation in our clubs and the length of our dual credit classes. So starting with our clubs, we've seen that when students are involved in clubs, it's really given them a reason to go to school and stay at school. For instance, like some schools, they're having clubs that meet during their advisory or instructional time, and they're seeing that students are staying until the end of the day just to go to those clubs. So we're getting a lot more student engagement, and it's giving a lot of school SACs like projects that they can do for their school, like they can institute more clubs. And for the length of our dual credit classes, we've actually seen that after the dual credit classes end, because the college semester is shorter than the high school one, these students just aren't coming to school because their class is technically over. So one of our students had a very good idea that these teachers that are teaching the dual credit classes could they could guide students through like preparation for colleges, like getting letters of recommendation, applying to scholarships, and creating resumes. Since most of the students in dual credit classes are juniors and seniors, there will be a much higher incentive to like actually stay for this class because it'll help them prepare for the very near future. And those were the main topics. We had some very interesting discussions, but it went well. And we were excited to have Mr. Ernst come to our next meeting.
Thank you, Maya. That closes item 5.01 and brings us now to item 5.02, our board reports. And I'm going to go to your neighbor.
Very interesting information. Thank you for that. So I have been working on trying to understand safety, excuse the noise, and our students and walking to school and a variety of things. And Safe Routes to Schools gave us some cool things that I think are worth, and I'll be sharing them with you, that I think are worth showing you, because these gloves, for example, okay, come on. Yeah. they're meant for students to wear them, and with winter coming, how cool is that? And you're each going to get a pair, and I'm hoping that you're going to share it with a child, okay? And so they can walk across the street and they can, here I am, and stop the cars and all sorts of things. And then there's also another little ditty, and throughout our meetings I'll be sharing things with you. This is something that you can put on your shoe, you can put it on your finger, I don't know, put it on your nose if you want to. But you pull this little tab, and I'm not going to waste a lot of time on that. And it's another thing that can keep students safe. So please share these. I have something for all of you. I did want to share some information that goes along with this. With the fun also comes some facts. I met with Safe Routes to Schools and with WCSD Police Chief and Deputy Chief and the program coordinators for Safe Routes to School. And I want to give you some data points. Washoe County School District police traffic citation count from August 11th, 2025 through October 22, 2025 is 463 citations. Yeah, these folks, thank you very much, are doing their job. And they documented 517 violations. It's hard to know how many kiddos were kept safe by all that, and adults. Safe Routes to Schools reports that as of October 17th, 2025-2026 school year, there have been 7 student-involved crashes. 7 too many. 3 of these incidents occurred at the same intersection, prompting mitigation efforts by the City of Reno and RTC. So we are working together as partners. 4 of these happened at various locations and were evenly split. This is worth knowing, with responsibility on students and drivers. So students got to beware too, right? Want to thank Lisa Cook, owner of Swizzle, for sharing these goodies, and please share them. Our most precious gifts will be going out to Halloween. Let's keep them safe. And I don't have time to give my big shout out to 3 fabulous librarians, Laura McKibben, Lisa Johnson, and Yvette DePepe. They are doing fabulous things in our library, and you're going to hear more about that later.
Alrighty, my board report is going to focus on the principals and all the schools that I went and visited. So I want to give a special shout out to all the teachers and staff and thank them for what they do every single day. And I know we all say that, but I really do mean it from deep down, watching the grind as it unfolds. So I'm just going to name them. If I get them wrong, forgive me. But special shout out to Natchez principal Jake Chapin. You know he's doing awesome work out there. We got to meet him, which is great for our Great Basin natives on that part of the district there. And O'Brien Middle School, we have Jamie Bowers out there doing unique things with their students that are multicultural. It's a different demographics. It's really awesome. Also, we have Alice Smith, Gina Miller, and AP Lori Campbell, and they talked about systems. They talked about systems, people, and academics, and how did we make that work. So they're the way that they were thinking. So it was unique to have that discussion and listen to them. And out there at State Elementary School, got to meet with Ruth Williams and Deborah Evans-Check that have a lot of stuff that's going on out there. They had a fire that day, as a matter of fact, but they were still managing the school. So it was awesome to see. And then at Inskeep, we have Susan Egloff, and we have at Lemon Valley Elementary School, we have Principal Bryn Hall, who's taken it on her first year. She's had it. She's rocking and rolling it, taking it down. We also have Nina Walker at Silver Lake and Desert Heights. We have the interim principal, April Goldani. She came back out of retirement, who says, I had to play. And I think we can thank Don for that, wherever he's at. Did he leave already? Does he have children at home he needs to go to? I'm just kidding. And then we have, obviously, we have out there at Gerlach, they have their uniqueness that is out there for Principal Stacy Black out there. And then at Cold Springs, we have Mandy Sheridan. And at North Vallis, we have Principal Thomas Macaluso, who is changing the culture out there, who's turning it around. If you haven't visited that school and see about and talk about North Valleys, homeboy's doing a lot of good things out there. So I'm really proud of him when I listen to what he has to say. In addition, we have Bow Hatch, where we had Heidi that came and spoke today, and then Sky Ranch Middle, Jill, who's really identifying ways to tackle that middle school and overcrowding and finding unique ways to do things. And I'm learning so much stuff as I've gone. And then last but not least, I have Principal Dan Kirk over there at Spanish Springs, and then we have Victor Shabandi over there at Jesse Hall. All of them are doing great things, and I just wanted to make sure that they get the shout out, and I push that out to them because they have unique challenges in their community. They have great successes that they're doing out there. They have these great ideas that they're all trying to do, and I just really wanted to make sure that they heard it from me today, that they are kicking behind out there, and I appreciate what they do. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, I had a lot of pictures, and then I failed to get them to JJ. So you're going to have to imagine the awesomeness that occurred over the last 2 weeks. So after we met last 2 weeks ago on Tuesday, we several of us got to cheer on Superintendent Ernst, who I learned is an eternal optimist, and I really liked that your pushback on some of the questions. They kept really trying to get Superintendent Ernst into the negative space, and he was like, no, we are doing great things. And I was like, yes, it was great. I also got to meet Lightning McQueen and Tow Mater at the Automobile Museum. Not gonna lie, that was a real highlight. Two of my favorites. And then last week, I had the incredible honor of attending the Great City Schools Conference with President Smith in Philadelphia. Not gonna lie, being a social studies teacher and getting to go to Philadelphia in what is coming up on our 250th anniversary of signing the Declaration of Independence and getting to be in that space was incredible. But it also just reminded me of how far we've come and how much more work we have to do. I really enjoyed getting to talk to and hear from other districts and the unique setup of that conference. And I look forward to sharing our learning with our whole team here. And I'm just trying to make this really quick. Yesterday, I had the super great opportunity to go to Huntsberger and Pleasant Valley elementary schools, and I echo what Trustee Phoenix just said, that our principals and our staff are doing such incredible work, and we just need to share the greatness that is happening in our schools and how incredibly hard everyone is working to ensure that every single student has access to the learning in any way that they can, and I got to see that in several instances yesterday. So I do love our school visits. It's so much fun. So that's it.
Okay. This picture is at my donut challenge delivery to Esther Bennett, and two classes won the donut challenge, Mrs. Hines and Mrs. Murillo, for exceptional attendance, and it's fighting absenteeism one donut at a time. I also went to the Dean's Future Scholar Dinner, and what a fabulous evening. I mean, the dancing was exceptional. The next pictures, oops, that's more donuts. More donut. No. There should be more in that. No, the pictures of the dancers. Did that not come across, Jade? There we go. Oh my gosh, the costuming, the music, the culture, the dancing was insane, and what a beautiful night. Commissioner Mary Luz Garcia, they're hitting it out of the park, creating opportunities and futures for our children. Also went to the Indie Talks. I hope that comes. There we go. That's the only one I have for this. The Indie Talks. I too have a nickname for Superintendent, Babe Ruth, because he points to center field and he hits it out of the park. I mean, exceptional. The Junior Achievement Awards Luncheon at Atlantis, where our very own Dr. Kristen McNeil was inducted. What a wonderful time doing awesome work in the community. And the Mendive celebration, I don't have a picture for this, but for academic achievement, Mendive is truly magical, and it showed, again, our superintendent's heart and love for our children. When he talks about them, he truly, truly has love in his heart for those kids. What is this? I'm not sure what this is. Oh, that's one of the donut challenge kids. Okay, I had to see the donuts over there. I read to kinder at Sun Valley Elementary. Thank you to my girls, Mrs. Neibauer, Cortez, Avila, and Ramirez. Thank you for letting me come into your classroom and share your children. Marvin Moss Elementary School, they have, and I wish I could remember the name, forgive me, Principal Colby, but they have a specific special ed that the kids that don't need the academic special ed support, but they need more of the occupational, wonderful classrooms. Diedrichson, their theme this year is Mission Possible, wonderful new principal there. I think that might be it. Let's see. That is it. Thank you. Thank you.
Awesome, awesome. Well, as you guys know from the last meeting, no, go ahead.
Halloween's my favorite holiday, and that's a picture of my youngest son, his wife, and my grandkids, and they're dressed up as Whoville.
That's awesome. So, as you know from the last board meeting, I was out of the country, so I had to attend via Zoom, but that was good. But I had a great vacation. But prior to that, I was able to go out in the community and our schools, and I just want to give some shout outs as well, similar to Trustee Phoenix. First, I want to start with my fellow trustee, Dr. Nicolette. She went out there with me at 0 dark 30 at Billinghurst. She took on one intersection, and I was at the other intersection with some volunteering parents and teachers, and we were out there monitoring traffic. So that was really good. Thank you for that. I was able to make it over to Sarah Winnemuck Elementary, and I met Miss Will, her first year as principal at that school. She's a wonderful human being. She's an amazing person. They were actually doing school photos, and she invited me to actually participate, so I got my photos taken. So I'm going to be sending her an email to see if she has my photo. I got to see Miss Shako at Rita Cannon. It's her first year there as well, and she's doing great things out there. She's making her changes. She's making it her school. That's amazing. Melton Elementary, Mr. Batavia. I love visiting him. Every time I go see him, he's educating me. I get a lot of education on education from Mr. Batavia. I really appreciate him. He knows what he's doing. He's killing it. Peavine Elementary, Ms. Howe. She's always fun to visit. She's doing a great job over there. She implemented every other Friday, end-of-day school-wide clubs, and she has them separated. So K through 2, and then 3 to 5th graders. So, they have 2 groups, and they have clubs, the entire school. It includes yoga, basketball, chess, origami, karaoke, everything. So that's amazing. And that goes back to what I said before, but everyone has their own way of, creative way of addressing it. Clayton Middle School, I met with Mr. Martindale, and he has a heart of gold. That guy is so positive. No matter what he's dealing with, no matter what difficulties exist, he stays positive. So I really appreciate him. He's doing great work. He has his staff circle meetings where he's using a model similar to restorative justice. So he's doing good things out there. Him and his staff are going above and beyond, and they're doing a lot of work after hours. They're doing a lot of good stuff over there. So I appreciate Mr. Martindale and his staff. And then I was able to see Mr. Miller over at Grace Warner. He's doing some great things over there as well, increasing student engagement, got his chronic absenteeism down 13%. He's personally going and doing daily checks and communicating more with families. That's something that I saw a lot of our principals are doing. They're actually going into every class every single day and checking to see who's there and who's not. So that's wonderful. As teachers, they're being creative. Lastly, they had a child that had a parent with a serious illness, and he was missing a lot of classes, and they got creative and just created a distance learning plan for him. So instead of absenteeism, they were helping him. So that's beautiful. Thank you.
All right, JJ, before I get going, I've got a few pictures. I didn't bring all of them, but I brought some. So I'm going to let JJ get, okay. So I'll go ahead and get started. So first, a congratulations to Melissa Bullard. She is the McQueen High School World Language Department lead, and she has been named the Nevada World Language Teacher of the Year. Incredibly proud of her for that. We do so well. We do so well. I always love to see our teachers being honored in that way. And I mentioned it before, but I'm going to say it again, that the Washoe County School Police Department was named the Outstanding Agency at the Nevada Joining Forces Conference. Not at all surprised. Very proud of you. And one of our officers, Officer Christopher Zabo, I know he's not here, we'll play this for him another time. He was personally named the Outstanding Leadership and Coordination Award. So very proud of all of you. I spoke at Kidsvention, put on by our own trustee Christine Hall in her day job with the Nevada Center for Civics Education, and got to talk with students all across the state about how we arrive at decisions. And that was a really special opportunity. My first picture that we have up here is from the Indy Talks. We've touched on it before, but Superintendent Ernst really held his own with John Ralston, Rocio Hernandez. It was a great conversation, and I know how difficult those unscripted talks can be. And man, you just did so well, so well. We were out in the audience cheering for you quietly, and sometimes not so quietly. And it was really, really well done. I visited with Smith Ridge Elementary School, and very, very glad to see the work that they're getting underway with Strengthen Our Communities, which continues to be such an important organization in support of all of our schools, and got to visit their library and see their kids in action, and I just really cannot wait for that new elementary school, for that community, for all those kids. This next picture is junior achievement. I want to say congratulations to Collin Range Elementary School third grade teacher Julia Dyer. She was the Teacher of the Year, Mariposa Director Jenny Hunt, Principal of the Year, and then our Hall of Fame inductee Kristen McNeil, who needs no introduction. It was truly an amazing opportunity to celebrate such wonderful people. The next picture is Dean's Future Scholars, the 25th anniversary. These are the trustees that went. So much was said, ditto to all of that. Truly a great event. And then pictures 4, 5, and 6, we can kind of flash back and forth. Participating in that was really great. I've got some really wonderful ideas to bring back. The next photo that we have here, Dr. Paul Lamarca presented on chronic absenteeism to a room that was literally so full, people were sitting on the floor to hear him. And then I'll close with that we received 1,900 applications to the W. Smith CTE and AACT Academy, and so that's my indication that we need another CTE Academy. And that closes my my board report and closes 5.02 in its entirety. And now we'll go on to item 5.03, our superintendent's report.
Thanks. Great to hear all of the amazing things that are happening out there. So appreciate everybody getting out and about and able to share all this great news with everybody. So this is, so I don't have to talk a whole lot here. This is just kind of a little highlight. As has been mentioned, we've been getting out, our entire leadership team, recognizing schools, their teams, from their staff to the students, just recognizing the historic accomplishments that have been made. So a thank you to Communications for putting a quick video together of these celebrations.
I like that. It was a video. Oh, don't give us any ideas. Hey, we all have iPhones now. That has iMovie on it. All right, that closes item 5.03 and brings us now to section 6, our closing items, beginning with item 6.01, our closing public comment. JJ, who are we welcoming?
Kevin Thomas.
Welcome, Mr. Thomas. Thank you so much for being with us.
All right, I had to write it down because 3 minutes is quick. So forgive me. Congratulations, Mr. Ernst, and thank you, school board, for all of your work. My name is Kevin Thomas, and I teach music at Hug High School. There are many effects to pulling the GT Institute. This is about economic costs. Pulling the Gate Institute from Hug High School not only diminishes the level of education for GT students, but creates a massive deficit in the equity of education for Hug High School as a whole, in turn pushing economic costs higher for Washoe County social services. Key items to remember. In 2011, Hug's graduation rate was 40%. That's pre-Gate. Now, then it hovered around 80% post-Gate. Now we're at about 74 since the new schools have opened and combined. A study published by the National Library of Medicine titled High Socioeconomic Status Black Adolescents Attend Worse Schools Than White states school characteristics, including poverty levels, teacher experience, graduation rates, and college enrollment, are essential determinants of students' academic outcomes and long-term success. Families often use the socioeconomic resources, such as parental education and household income, to secure access to high-quality schools with favorable attributes. However, minorities' diminished returns, MDRs, theory suggests that Black and minority families may not experience the same benefits of high family social economic success due to structural barriers. GATE diminishes this negative effect. The study's objective was to investigate the relationship between family parental education and household income and multiple school characteristics, poverty, teacher experience, graduation rates, and college enrollment, and to assess racial differences in these associations, in this case, GATE involvement. Methods include data from the Adolescent Brain Cognitive Development ABCD study. A national sample of U.S. adolescents was analyzed. Higher family socioeconomic success was associated with positive school characteristics overall, including lower school poverty, greater teacher experience, and increased graduation and college enrollment rates. However, the positive effects were significantly weaker for Black and minority adolescents. Adolescents from high-income families were more likely than white adolescents from similar backgrounds to attend schools with higher poverty rates, less experienced teachers, and reduced graduation and college enrollments. Their findings highlighted persistent racial inequities in access to educational opportunities, even among families with comparable socioeconomic resources, and emphasized the need for policy intervention to address systematic inequalities to hinder Black and minority families from fully leveraging their socioeconomic success and access favorable education outcomes. How it relates. Lower graduation rates equal less educated society and in turn lower economic growth. May I finish this?
I wish that I could. I gave you some extra time. We hold the line on this because we do for everyone, not just for you. But you can email our board. Can you do that?
I definitely will.
Okay, I would very much love for you to email that or to come to a future meeting, but particularly email, or we can also distribute copies of your speech as well too, your talking points. That can also be distributed to our board. Absolutely. There's lots of different ways.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thomas.
James Messervy.
He had to leave.
Oh, thank you.
He teaches with me.
Connie Silveria.
Hello, Ms. Silveria. Good to see you.
Thank you. I'm Connie Silvera, and the greenhouse is still there, so I haven't given up. And I'm really happy to see that the enrollment at the Debbie Smith CTE is up there, and you could possibly need another one. And I know just where you can get a great greenhouse, okay? I mean, it's valued at over $400,000, and I just really want you to give it some more consideration to possibly saving it. not bulldozing it, but possibly leasing it to an outside nonprofit group, because we do have interest. We do have people that are interested. We've gotten quotes on repairs. The structural report was not really structural problems as much as just maintenance that hasn't been done in many years. And I do know that you have a custodian that works there, Cameron Chapman. It would eliminate having him to focus on that area. I'm sure he has other things to do. You could lease this out to a nonprofit. I know the city of Reno leases buildings like to UNR for $15 a month, you know, and these buildings that would otherwise be empty are really utilized. I don't know what the plan is when it's gone. If it's, I've heard it's just a parking lot. Do we really need another parking lot for football games when this could be so much more utilized? I talked to a former teacher that was in that program. He said they made like $30,000 in a year off their plant sales to help, you know, and of course their budget got cut by $30,000, but still they were making money, and it's such a wonderful thing. So I want you to think again about it, and if possible, let us get together with some nonprofits and some of you and try to figure out how we can save this, or let us know if it's going to be a better use on something that we don't know about. I mean, there's nothing better. I mean, next week we're losing a lot of SNAP's benefits in this state. We have 500,000 people in this state that are on SNAPs, and I think it's like 62% have children. I mean, feeding children, what better thing? We need this greenhouse. These nonprofits need these locations to grow food for our community. And so that's about all I have to say on the greenhouse, except while I was sitting here, I was reading that you don't open the schools until they're at 20 degrees, unless they have special programs or honor students or something. And I just want to say that while you're thinking about saving a greenhouse, you really should open the schools. They're warm. Kids should be inside, whether it's 30 degrees, 40 degrees, 50 degrees, not just 20. I mean, kids are cold. So please give that some consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Vera.
The board received an email from Mona Melton Lund.
Thank you, JJ. That closes item 6.01 and brings us now to item 6.02, our next meeting announcement. As I have mentioned for several meetings now, that meeting date is November 18th, which is a unique schedule for November. In lieu of doing the meetings the 2nd and 4th Tuesday of November due to Veterans Day, we're having a single meeting on November 18th. So I just want to acknowledge that schedule change to the community. And now item 6.03, adjournment at 6:34 p.m.